Afternoon. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Lincoln Lancaster County Planning Commission, June 22nd, 2022. A printed agenda is available outside the hearing room, and a copy of the full agenda, including the staff reports, is available online or at the Planning Department, room 213. The Open Meetings Act is posted just inside the doors at the back of the room. If you have parked in the parking lot across the street to the north, the gate is open. No parking coupons are needed. Out of courtesy for those attending this meeting, commissioners and the staff, cell phones may not be used in the chamber during any portion of this meeting. We appreciate your cooperation. Please note, the Planning Commission action today is final on the following items. 1.5, Special Permit 22019, 1.6, Special Permit 22017, 1.7 Preliminary Plat 22002, 1.8 Special Permit 1873A, and 1.9 Special Permit 2018. Any aggrieved person may appeal final action of the Planning Commission to the City Council or the County Board by filing a notice of appeal with the clerk within 14 days following the action of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission action on all other items is a recommendation to the City Council or County Board. The first item of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting held June 8th, 2022.
So moved, Campbell.
Second, Joy.
Campbell,
Yes.
Moore,
Abstain.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Abstain.
Oh,
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
yes.
Minutes 3 to 2.
Wait, here comes Tim.
I know a couple of you abstained. Tim Cease, Assistant City Attorney, 555 South 10th. I know a couple of you abstained from that vote because of the fact you weren't at the last meeting. We need 5 votes in order to pass that. So even if you weren't here, if you don't have any objections to what's included in the minutes, you're free to go ahead and vote on that, and we'd ask you to do that.
Cool. That's
Thank
what
you.
I need to know.
Okay, in that case, we will vote again. Shelley?
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
I still want to abstain.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Minutes approved 5 to 1.
The next item of business is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda will be called at the same time and will not be scheduled for a separate public hearing unless there is a request from someone wishing to speak or at the request of a commission member. I will ask Shelley to read all of the consent agenda items into the record. Once those items are read, she will ask if there is anyone wishing to speak. If you wish to speak on an item on the consent agenda, we would ask that you stand and state that item. That item will then be removed from the consent agenda and scheduled as a separate public hearing under Section 3 of today's agenda. All items remaining on the consent agenda will be voted upon in total with a motion for approval. Shelley, please call the items on the consent agenda.
Yes, item 1.1A, Comprehensive Plan Conformance 22011. To review as to conformance with the 2050 Comprehensive Plan, a request to declare the property located at approximately 27th Street and Woods Boulevard as surplus on property generally located at South 27th Street and Highway 2. Associated with 1.1B, Street and Alley Vacation 22003 to vacate a small portion of right-of-way along South 27th Street between Woods Boulevard and Nebraska Highway 2 adjacent to property generally located at South 27th Street and Highway 2. Item 1.2A, Annexation 22007 to annex approximately 26.45 acres, more or less, on property generally located at Rockaby Road and Freeman Street. Associated with item 1.2B, change of zone 22019 from AG Agricultural District to R3 Residential District, associated with the Grandview Estates Community Unit Plan on property generally located at Rockaby Road and Freeman Street. Item 1.3, Text Amendment 22004, amending the Lincoln Municipal Code Section 27.72.040A, maximum height and minimum lot requirements for the H districts to amend the rear yard setback requirement for the H1, H2, and H3 zoning districts to allow a 5-foot rear yard setback when not abutting residential. Next item, 1.5, County Special Permit 22019, to allow for an ADU accessory dwelling unit on property generally located at 4822 South 148th Street. The Planning Commission action is final. Next item, 1.6, County Special Permit 22017, to allow for the sale of firearms on property generally located at 1840 Olive Creek Road. Again, the Planning Commission action is final on this item. Next item, 1.7, Preliminary Plat 22002, for a new preliminary plat on property generally located at Southwest 44th and O Streets. This action is also final. Item 1.8, Special Permit 1873A, to allow for the revision of the antenna array on an existing cell tower on property generally located at 4700 Antelope Creek. The Planning Commission action is final. Next item, 1.9, Special Permit 22018, to allow for the expansion of a garage with a waiver to the rear yard setback on property generally located at 4400 High Street. The action is final on this item as well. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these items?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting these sites to be disclosed?
No.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak on these consent agenda items?
All right, seeing none, we will entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
I would move that we approve the consent agenda.
I would second.
Brian Will, Plains Bar, if I can interrupt just for a moment. We did have a request for delay on the two.
Yeah, that comes up next.
That comes up next.
There's the-
Yep. Okay, Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Approved 6-0.
And now, Shelley, would you call the request for deferral?
We received written communication on behalf of the applicant requesting a deferral until the next Planning Commission hearing for items 1.4A, change of zone 22018 from AGR Agriculture Residential District to 03 Office Park District on property generally located at 6601 South 70th Street, and related item 1.4B, use permit 22006 on 4.82 acres more or less with waivers to allow cross parking to meet minimum parking in a side yard to not require all information for a preliminary plat at time of submittal, internal light transpose to allow a non-standard termination of a street using a non-standard cul-de-sac and setbacks on property generally located at 6601 South 70th Street. This would delay public hearing for these items and action to the July 13th, 2022 Planning Commission hearing.
Move to defer, Campbell.
Second, Core.
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Is there anyone here that is wishing to speak on those applications today? We will now proceed to public hearings. Prior to staff making a brief presentation, each staff person should state their name, agency, and address. The applicant will then be requested to present his or her testimony, followed by those who wish to testify in support, followed by those who wish to testify in opposition. The staff will then be given an opportunity to respond to the testimony, and then the applicant shall have an opportunity for rebuttal. If during your testimony you have copies of documents or materials you would like distributed to the Planning Commission members or included as part of the record, please provide that information to the clerk for distribution. Each person testifying should state their name, address, and shall have 5 minutes to speak unless additional time is requested and granted. The timer will go off after 4 minutes, then you will have 1 minute to wrap up your testimony. The Planning Commission will vote immediately at the close of the public hearing unless the Commission votes to defer action or to continue the public hearing. Shelley, please call the first public hearing item.
The first item for public hearing is item 4.1, Comprehensive Plan Conformance 22008, to review as to conformance with the 2050 Comprehensive Plan, a request to declare the property generally located on the southeast corner of North 27th Street and Layton Avenue as surplus. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No.
Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
That was on the Clinton Neighborhood Organization agenda. I did not make it to that meeting, but I was aware it was on the agenda, and we got some communication for the agenda item prior to that, but I didn't make it to that meeting, just so everybody's aware.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Dan Marvin, Urban Development, 555 South 10th Street. On the screen here, if it pops up, is a map of the area. This property has been owned by the city of Lincoln for a very long time. We've never really known exactly what we can do with it. I think the related items that you'll see coming up are a way to try to clarify the uses that could go on that property. Normally when we go through a surplusing process, we circulate within all the city departments, is this property that the city of Lincoln government has a use for? And the answer on that, when we did circulate that, was no, there are no departments that have a use for it. Once we can surplus it, then we can see if the public has an interest in acquiring the property and proposing to do something on that property. The items that follow this, again, help clarify what uses could go on that so that we can inform the public if something would go on there. There's a variety of different lots in there. I think as this body is well aware, it's near a railroad track. There are setback requirements from railroad tracks for residential, which compromise the amount of land that could be used here. There are also floodplain related issues with this. These are narrow lots, but we have had in the past developers express an interest in being able to do something that's residential on this property that could be appropriate for that neighborhood. And so the question before this body, is it appropriate to surplus this property so we can explore those kinds of options? If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Ben Callahan with the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. And I will be following up with the same properties. This will be for change of zone 22015 and use permit 22005. And also shown on the map here. So it's 22 vacant lots within the area that is being requested for surplus. When this came up, there were some concerns, as Dan had noted, with the property in general. Some of the main concerns were that there's an area of floodplain along the northern edge here, extensive easements that run along the north, down the property to the south, and within the property, as well as there's I-1 zoning to the north. Our comprehensive plan clearly states that we do not want to encourage additional residential within 300 feet of existing I-1, and then as well as restricted access from North 27th. So the planning department was the applicant in this case in submitting a use permit, and what we look at is designating two separate areas within this use permit that will help guide development in the future. I'll show you here. So shown here, Area A within the use permit would be called out for strictly be a change of zone from R2 residential to RT. The reason we went with this was it would allow residential in the south and then as well as possibly an office use in the north. Area B is a 210-foot buffer to the current industrial zoning to the north. And so that keeps that limited to no residential uses. Private schools, residential healthcare facilities would be included in that. And then all residential uses to the south within Area A. Some of the changes that are within the use permit do allow a little more flexibility with development, reducing the lot size, and so this could develop still following your general R2 guidelines, or it could allow for possibly smaller residential units within that area. The last portion of the use permit is when that development would come forward, they would be required to address any grading and drainage by submitting that plan to the city, as well as working with LTU regarding the future extension of water and an easement along the north for parks and recreation.
Dick?
On Area B, what uses could go in there?
Yeah, so RT would restrict to more, so it'd been office use, things like neighborhood services, would not allow for any heavier commercial uses or any residential use in that area.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a couple. How does frontage differ from a front yard? Because I noticed, hold on a second, let me get back to my, in area A, it says the frontage is 0, but front yard is 10-foot setback.
Correct. So the
Wondering the difference between, if you could clarify that for me?
yeah, so the frontage would allow, so there could be a possibility if multiple units were developed, they wouldn't require a frontage width along the road, and then the front setback would be the distance from the access.
And would this be to the access road or to 27th Street?
It'd be to 27th Street.
Okay, and so right now you're not really proposing that the access road goes away, but anyone who comes in to develop this could decide to take the access road away?
Wouldn't be removing the access road. That was one of LTU's main concerns with, so the front of the property will face North 27th Street. There would just be no access allowed for any driveways off of that road. So all access will have to come from the rear alley to the properties on the rear.
Okay, I want to make sure I heard that right. So no access from these lots to the access road.
Correct.
Okay. And then, hold on, I've got a couple of different questions here. That 210 feet setback, so I'm assuming that you're kind of getting the other 90 feet, you know, that's already on that northern piece that's I-1. So then that equals the whole 300 setback.
That's correct. Planning worked with health and decided on the 210 feet, and that was based on, although it is within the boundary of the I-1, the actual use for the grain elevator sits a little further to the north, and so the 210 was decided that it was comfortable for that distance.
So health did help you guys come up with that.
They did.
And I kind of already asked this again, but I want to make sure because I'm not. So anyone could really come in here, and even though we're saying that access has to come from the rear, from that alleyway, they could, in theory, like get rid of the access road and the alleyway and put a different layout in there altogether, right?
Wouldn't be. They wouldn't be removing the access road. It was just that LTU did not want any driveways coming off of that road.
Okay, so we're saying that the access road and the alleyway have to remain in those spots?
Yeah, they would have to remain.
Okay. All my questions.
Okay, anyone else? All right, thanks. Do we have testimony in support of this application? Any neutral testimony? Or testimony in opposition?
Hi, my name is Deanne Steffen. I live at 2201 North 28th Street. And I'm really concerned about this property because there are 7 houses. What's going to happen to the 7 houses? Can I put this up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
It takes a second for the screen to come on after you put it down, so just hold on for a second.
Okay. So you have 7 houses right here. And what they're planning on doing is building all around here. So what's gonna happen to these 7 houses? If it's gonna be apartment complexes, the way it sounded like, they're gonna have like either apartment complexes or, I don't know, townhomes or something like that. Where are all the people gonna park? Where are they gonna park if they make this like for community? Where are the people gonna park there? Are they gonna park on the street? But I don't understand exactly what's going on specifically with the houses.
We can
In
ask
other
that.
words, is it gonna be turned into a parking lot? And if that's the case, then what's gonna happen to the people that live in those houses?
We can ask and get that clarified for you.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. That's all I have. And do we know when this might start? Eventually? Because 2050?
We can ask
Oh,
that too.
the
I don't-
comprehensive plan for 2050 is the plan that the city and county has for, so that's just the plan. So it would happen before 2050.
Okay.
This first action item is just saying that it meets the comprehensive plan, the long-range plan for the city.
Okay, but also, one more thing. I don't think it would be a good idea, personally, because if it's for like retail, 'cause according to the letter that I received, it said it was for retail and for like residential above it, which to me sounded like what they have on 48th and Holdridge. And why not use all of the surpluses that we have for empty retail spaces before you start building more, which might end up being empty for years? You know, does that make sense? Okay.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your feedback, and we will ask the question when it's time for questions.
Okay,
Great.
thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. Anyone else testimony in opposition? Okay, staff questions.
If we could make one clarification. We only read the first item in. We would actually like to have all 3 items read in because the testimony is now also including the change of zone and the use permit.
Okay,
Okay, do you want me to go ahead and read those then now?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so this is going to be for item 4.2A, change of zone 22015 from R2 to RT residential transition district on property generally located at the southeast corner of North 27th Street and Layton Avenue, and 4.2B use permit 22005 to allow for development flexibility for up to 20 residential units and 15,000 square feet of commercial floor area with waivers to setbacks, minimum lot size, and parking requirements, also on property generally located at the southeast corner of North 27th Street and Layton Avenue.
Shelley, point of clarification. Is the title that shows 22018 accurate, or the language 22015?
The comprehensive plan conformance 22008.
22018. And in the script, it says 22015.
Should be. And change of zone 22015.
I see what you're saying.
Comprehensive plan
Mine are-
22008.
mine are matching.
They are? Mine does.
Comprehensive plan conformance is 22008, that's 4.1. 4.2A is 22015.
Just a change of zone.
Change of zone, and then
And the use
of
permit,
Is-
4.2B is 22005.
Yeah, so
Right.
there's 3 different.
Yeah.
It's 42A that mine shows the 2 different numbers.
Evidently, Steve just found it.
Yeah,
It's not,
yeah. If you look in the blue.
Yes,
it's
in the blue in the left-hand margin, it says
Oh,
change of zone
the-
22018. So that is a mistake on our part. Sorry about that.
Sorry about
The
that.
change of zone is 22015.
Okay.
so in the body, it's okay, it's just in that little note off to the side on the
Correct.
All right,
agenda. Okay,
perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay.
I can address some of the questions here.
Thank you. Yes, Gloria?
May I? So residential, the zoning, residential transition district. is where it discusses the 20 residential units above commercial.
Would not be above commercial, so by rezoning this all to RT.
Just a second, yeah. Okay,
Separate. 20
right.
units on the resident R2 lots, and then RT is for office commercial space. So we're not going to have something, I don't know if you know the 48th and Layton project, but you're not going to have commercial on the bottom where you have residential on top in this particular zoning. For
Correct.
RT, is
Yeah,
that correct? And then R2, if you could clarify what's allowed on an R2 lot.
Today, it could develop by a single family or two family dwelling, and within the use permit, it is still limited. So within area A that allows residential, it would still be only single family or two family, so no multifamily would be allowed.
Follow up on the area B for the RT, what size a building can be put in there based on those lot sizes and based on height restrictions for RT?
Yeah, and with this area is actually pretty restricted. This whole lot on the right side, on the east, would be pretty much all in the floodplain, so that's going to have to be either left as green space or a parking. So really this portion here is the only developable area, and we are allowing up to 15,000 square feet for an office.
And how tall can that building be?
I believe Steve may have
For
to answer
RT.
that one.
Sorry.
35 or is it 55 now?
That's what I wanted to know. Is it 35 or 55?
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, are there other questions while we're looking? for
I
that?
do. So, what's the normal minimum lot size for R2?
I believe for R2 would be 5,000 square feet, with 50-foot width.
That's what they more than likely would have to replat some of those lots.
Correct, and so within the use permit as well, it will require the development to come through and plat, depending how they're wanting to set it up. The use permit is not directing that development would have to go that way for smaller lots. It's just giving a little more flexibility due to the easements on the property as well.
Oh,
Steve Hendrickson, Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. So the RT is specifically a residential transition district, and it has a 28-foot height limit. So it is actually a much smaller, well, not as tall, building. And the RT is also a little unique in that it has a footprint limit of 5,000 square feet per building. The idea is that the buildings have to be smaller in scale, the footprint. Now, you could still have a basement and you could still have a second story, so the building could have 15,000 square feet all in one building and still meet the 5,000 square foot footprint. Also note that because these lots, one thing that hasn't been mentioned really is, as you can see next door, those are your typical depth of lots, 142 feet, give or take. These lots are in the range of 79 feet deep. That's what's left after the city used the other part of the lot for the access road. And the access road and the alley were not surplusing. So when you come in and you look to purchase this, you're not purchasing the access road, you're not purchasing the alley, and the use permit is saying you can't take driveways off the access road. The access road is an access for everyone except the people who would be living here. They would be using the alley for the access to come and go. And again, there'd only be 20 units, and the RT only allows single or two family units. It doesn't allow multifamily units. You might have 20 altogether, but you can't have a 20-plex as a part of it. And the reason we had to reduce the frontage requirement, that's how many feet wide your lot is, basically how much frontage you have on the access road, which is counting as 27th Street, is that if we're probably going to see somebody who wants to do smaller houses here, I mean, that's really the only thing that's going to fit, and it wouldn't make much sense to force them to have a 50-foot wide frontage requirement. They'll still have to be 10 feet back from the property line. That's the front yard setback. But the frontage requirement would allow them perhaps to plat a lot just around the house and then have common space around it. So technically they'd have no frontage on the 27th Street because they would be surrounded by an outlot. The outlot would have frontage on the street, but the lot underneath my house would not. And that's typical of what we see in small house communities, is that the person just owns the lot beneath their house and then there's common space around it. You see that a lot of townhomes.
Heights development had some.
Oh,
of those
yes,
kind of
yes.
things, right?
There's a
Yep.
lot of communities, subdivisions that do that. So does that help answer multiple of the
Yeah.
You're looking at
questions?
the RT, what's the normal parking requirements for an RT?
Covered in the report. For the use permit, we're requiring 1 per dwelling unit, and then
Another question while he looks that up, if you don't mind.
Yes, go ahead.
So you said they're not going to be allowed to go onto the access road, which I appreciate. That pushes them to the alley, which is unpaved and I would say overused. So is there any works on pavement, or would that be requirement of the developer in a future one when they come to us? How does that work on that alley maintenance?
And we have that in the use permit as well, that any additional use, because to the south is not paved. So if they're going to take access at that point, they would have to pave the alley.
That whole alley is not paved, correct?
This portion to the north,
No.
not paved. Then, so the whole alley, so any access from a new lot would have to be paved.
Okay, thank you.
And have you found it yet, Steve?
Yeah, so the parking requirement is 1 parking stall per dwelling unit, whether it's single family, 2-family, or multifamily, and it's 1 parking stall for every 300 square feet of the office space.
Really no big change there, I mean, for the 1 per unit.
Correct.
Ben, the R4 that's to the south, so that the alley comes to a dead end at that point of that lot, is that correct?
Correct. The alley would extend here, but would not have access.
But there's no further southward access?
Correct.
Okay.
Can you answer, or kind of explain, the question was asked, what about the 7 houses to the east? Can you kind of address that?
Yeah, so they would be taking access off the rear, depending how it developed. And one of the main things we looked at is, and I can show, so it's cut into 3 pieces, but with the extensive easements on the property here, so any of the gray is not buildable area. So that was one of the things we looked at with requiring the 1 parking space, is that a portion of this property, especially it's about 100 feet right off of Merrill Street, will not have any houses or any structures on it. So that could serve as possibly a joint parking area, a green space, so that it's a little workable on where they could do parking.
I think she was wondering about, so 7 houses to the east that are not a part of this use permit. I mean, nothing's going to change for them. They're still going to be there. I mean, no one's going to come along and say, you have to sell your house or give us your house or your property, that kind of thing.
No, yep, they would not be included in this, and it would just be the surplus and change of zone for the properties themselves, not the alley or access road.
And then right now, I'm not sure. Is there someone specifically wanting to do a project on here? Or we're just doing this for the future, as it relates to a start date? So we don't know.
And I think Dan might be able to speak a little bit on possible development for the future.
I mean, after this body approves it, assuming that they do, it will go to the city council, at which point then we can advertise it for sale. One of the reasons that we have brought this forward, didn't know if there was any developer interest in it, but our department has been contacted a couple of times inquiring about this property for development, and so we felt that it was appropriate that if we could get all the restrictions figured out and communicate that to a potential buyer, that we could advertise it and communicate to them what that would be. After council would approve the surplusing, then we'd advertise it for sale over that period of time, take that offer to the mayor, and then we could negotiate the final terms of the sale.
So it could very well be that we do get all these approvals and this part of work done, and it could still sit there for another 5 years before someone purchases it and decides to
It's-
build.
it-
It could happen right after it's approved.
That's correct.
Other questions for staff? Okay, and that also includes applicant rebuttal. Unless you have anything else to add as applicant rebuttal? Diverse after staff questions. If not, we can move forward.
No,
I would
I
move,
think that we've made it pretty clear as to our intents here.
Yeah.
I would move that we close the public hearing on change of zone 22018.
Second, Joy?
Do we need to move to close the public hearing on all three?
We
All-
haven't
on all
introduced the
three.
other two.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, we have?
Yes,
Okay.
since they were all read in, you need to close the public hearing
Okay.
for all three.
Then also to close the public hearing for use permit 22005 and miscellaneous 22010.
The second, I'll go for all three of those also, please.
Thank you. Okay, Shelley, this is to close the public hearing on all three of those related items.
And this will be for closing public hearing on comprehensive plan conformance 22008, correct? And change of zone 22015 and use permit 22005.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
This time we'd entertain a motion.
Move approval of the surplus.
Second, Campbell.
So we're going to vote on each of them separately. So just so you know, that's where we're at. Okay, so.
But we can discuss all
yes.
three at the same time.
So now we have them, it's been moved and seconded to approve the comprehensive plan performance, but you can discuss all three items.
I will strongly support this. That piece of property has sat there for a long period of time. And I think urban development has come up with some possible good ideas for its use along with planning. And then we'll let the marketplace determine exactly what happens. So I will be supporting all three.
I think supporting the surplus is a no-brainer. It's good to get this, the possibility of getting it back on the tax rolls and making some money for the city. And I think it's smart to put the use permit and the change of zone along with this. So if someone's looking at purchasing this, they kind of know what they're getting into and setting the stage for predictability and that kind of stuff.
I think this falls in line with our neighborhood, keeping that R2 zoning, which is what the bulk of that neighborhood is, except for the apartment to the south. I like that they're putting the restrictions in and having the conversation early so the developer doesn't come and ask for a ton of waivers that we're hopefully not going to approve. I did want to put on record somewhere that we were approached as a neighborhood organization, I would say at least a year ago, about what somebody wanted to put on this particular lot. They didn't say which lot. We know it's this lot. So I just want that on record that we have had a conversation with the Clinton Neighborhood Organization that about a year ago about what potentially could be put on that lot. Yeah, so I will be supporting this. I do hope they do it right with the neighbors that are right across that alley and all those cars coming out of that alley.
Any other discussion? All right, Shelley.
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Now we should move to approval.
Change of zone.
Yep.
The use permit, the change of zone was approved.
No, we did
Oh.
the one before that.
We did the.
Oh.
Comprehensive plan
Surplus.
conformance, which was
Got it.
4.1.
Yeah,
Now we're at
okay.
4.28.
Then I'd move that we approve change of zone 22018.
1-5.
Or 1-5.
Sorry.
Second, Joy.
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
And I'd move we approve use permit 22005.
Second, Core.
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Okay.
Next item for public hearing is miscellaneous 22010 to allow for a reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act and Section 1.28 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to the zoning code definition of family to allow 14 unrelated persons to reside together as a family on property generally located at 1923 B Street. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No.
Tim C., Assistant City Attorney. I will be brief, but I want to give you a quick heads up on the next 3 items, quite frankly, and speak about them very generally before the staff and the applicants come up to speak with you. The next 3 items are separate and distinct from one another, so they should be taken up not as a group, but all as individual ones. They involve the same procedure and standards. Not much is going to change with respect to people coming up to testify and things of those natures. But they all involve something that is not often before this commission, and that is a request for a reasonable accommodation for one or more aspects of the city's zoning ordinance. The role of the Planning Commission is to make a recommendation to the City Council. The action before the Planning Commission today is not final. This is only a recommendation to the City Council. Planning Commission's role on these 3 items is quasi-judicial in nature, meaning that the Planning Commission is taking the facts presented in each of the 3 hearings today and applying those facts to the framework found in the Fair Housing Act and the City Code with respect to reasonable accommodations. That finding under the Fair Housing Act can be summarized as determining whether or not the accommodations requested are reasonable because they are necessary to provide a person or persons or someone acting on their behalf with a disability an equal opportunity to use and enjoy the housing of their choice. That's really the decision in front of this commission today, and will be in front of the council at a later date. The Planning Commission should only consider those facts presented at the hearing today, and that information which is provided prior to the hearing in the form of the staff report, the letters that have been submitted, and the application materials that are before this commission. So other items shouldn't be considered. Similarly, facts presented at a previous hearing, so we have 3 of them in a row today. Facts from the first hearing should not be considered at the 3rd hearing. That is, so basically we're going to do these one at a time and make a decision at the end of each one. And then we will wipe the slate and move on to the next one, wipe the slate, move on to the next one. With that, I just wanted to give you a quick understanding of what's before us today. Steve's going to come up and give you a pretty brief summary of the first one, and then we'll let the applicant go forward from there. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tim.
Steve Hendrickson with the Planning Department. So the first application is at 1923 B Street. And with each of these 3 applications for reasonable accommodation, what we'll do is quickly present the facts on the case. 2 weeks ago, you had a briefing on the overall items. I will ask that you hold any questions you might have for staff until the end. We have both myself and 2 members of the City Attorney's Office, but we also have 2 staff members here from Building and Safety in case you have questions for them as well. The house at 1923 B Street has 5 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, according to the assessor's site. It's generally a 2.5-story house. It has a total of 3,200 square feet approximately on 3 floors. And it also, in addition to 3,200 square feet, includes another 1,400 square feet approximately in the basement. The property is in the Mount Emerald Local Landmark Historic District. As a part of the reasonable accommodation request, no specific changes are proposed in the building. And so in terms of the impact it may have on the historic district, none is known to be with this property. This doesn't waive any of the requirements of our local landmark jurisdictions. So if there were a change or anything like that, that would still have to go through the process. What is being requested is under the Lincoln Municipal Code in Chapter 1.28, a request for reasonable accommodation. Typically, you all just deal with Chapter 26 and 27, subdivision and zoning. So this is a request that chapter talks about, though, when somebody's asking for reasonable accommodation. If it's from a building code item, it would head off to a board that reviews building code items. If it requests a request related to zoning, then it comes to you all to review and make a recommendation to the City Council. Would note then that the findings that are proposed for you is a finding of compliance with the requirements of the Fair Housing Act. And it is specific for this to have up to 14 unrelated persons, as long as that all residents have a disability and operate as the Oxford Lion Crest. And two additional conditions. One is that the applicant would notify the planning director if the dwelling ceases to be used as a sober living home, because that is what the request was for, and that all the residents are in recovery from alcohol or other substance abuse. So that would be one of the conditions. The other one is that this reasonable accommodation is only granted to this address and only operating then as the Oxford House Lion Crest. And that does not transfer then, or it does not run with the land. So if Oxford House ceases to operate at this location for whatever reason that would be, and somebody else wanted to come in and have up to 14 persons, that would require a new application. So unlike a lot of the special permits where you're used to that then running with the land and a new operator could come in, this one is a specific request from a specific operator and is being reviewed then on that part of it. And so with that, that is the end of the staff information on this.
Thank you, Steve. All right, testimony from the applicant.
Is it bolted down or?
It's taped down.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Scott Moore, Baird Home, Omaha, Nebraska, 1700 Farnham Street, counsel for Oxford House Lion Crest. The staff has done, I think, a terrific job here of evaluating the request for reasonable accommodation from the city standpoint, from the municipal code standpoint. In the record already is a letter dated May 19th of 2022 from my colleague Steve Poland that explains Oxford House in general, the reasons and the necessity for the reasonable accommodation, as well as, excuse me, the history of kind of how Oxford House has gotten here. I will tell you that Paul Malloy, the founder of Oxford House, passed away 2 weeks ago. And I welcome anyone to go Google him and look at his obituary in the Washington Post. It will tell you a lot about Oxford House and its success in helping people become sober and in communities throughout the country. A number of years ago, the city was involved with some litigation with regard to a reasonable accommodation request, and I think the city did a great job of developing a process to follow and factors to consider when determining a reasonable accommodation. So I really am leaning on the staff report here, which goes through each of those factors that this planning board is to consider and the city is to consider when determining if a reasonable accommodation is appropriate. And those are listed on page 6 and 7 of the staff report, 1 through 8. The bottom line is, from the staff's perspective, and certainly from our perspective, Oxford House has shown a necessity for the accommodation that they're requesting, and we haven't been able to identify any undue burden or fundamental alteration in the operation of the property. Briefly, to understand, Oxford House will be occupied fully by persons recovering from drug and alcohol addiction. There is not any staff. This is a tried and true system that has been developed over a 50-year period where it's self-run, democratic responsibility for the members of the house. If anyone relapses, they're out of the house. That's a solid rule, a rule that makes operation, makes success key here. They rely on each other to share responsibility for the finances, paying for the lease, paying for the utilities, cooking, cleaning. It is run like a family, and that has led to the success. What we've found over the years is that commonality and running it like a family is the key to becoming sober long term. Studies have shown that 80% of Oxford House residents go on to long-term sobriety because of the system. That outperforms any short-term, any long-term recovery anywhere in the United States by far. With regard to burden on the neighborhood, many of the folks who live in these homes and in this house have to rely on public transportation. They don't have the ability to drive. They don't have cars. Many of them come with not very much other than a job and willingness to pitch in. So even though the number of residents in the home for maybe the person who's not in recovery may come with everybody drives a car and everybody has these personal materials, that's not true with regard to Oxford House. So over and over again, we've seen that Oxford Houses have less of an impact on neighborhoods because of their reliance on public transportation. And in this urban setting here, that's why this fits, I think very well here. Of course, we'll answer any questions that you may have, any concerns that you may have. I've been representing Oxford House for well over 20 years now. I came back to Omaha from working in the Justice Department in Washington, D.C. back in the early 2000s. And what I've seen is even when there's initial opposition with neighbors, we found 5-10 years down the road, it's a real asset to the community. And they're celebrating what's going on there after we get past a lot of the misperceptions of the impact it will have. But of course, we want to answer any questions, relieve any concerns of the neighbors or of this commission.
All right, who would like to start with questions? We'll just go and move down. Dick?
Is there parking on the lot itself available?
There's parking just with regard to, I believe, the driveway, I think, and I believe the garage. I have to look at that plat again. But there's no auxiliary parking, a parking lot other than what you would see in a single-family home.
But there is a garage that a car could go in. Yes. And then is it from an alley load or is it from the B Street?
Let me see if I can look at that. That might be a better question for the Planning Commission. I don't have the plot with me here.
It's up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Pretty faint though, I can't make out.
Yeah, it's pretty faint. I think the access is from, I'm sorry, I can't. I'm gonna put it right back up here in a minute.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the street's not marked there. Off of 19th, it's not off of 19th, but off the street. It's not B Street, it's the other street over, I believe to the east, that has access. But as I understand from the city staff report, there weren't any concerns with regard to traffic, parking, or any operational concerns that they identified.
With this house having 5 bedrooms, how is everyone being accommodated?
Yeah, so everyone will be in a bedroom that has proper egress with regard to the building code. Again, that's one of the steps to get past here is making sure that this house is big enough to accommodate this number of people, which, as I understand, the staff has looked at from the life safety code aspect, and that shouldn't be a problem. Now, there may be more than 2 in some bedrooms, but it has quite a number of bedrooms. And again,
It's 5, right?
it has 5. And again, understand that there is a great demand. I will tell you that. As you might well know, there's a great demand. But that doesn't necessarily mean and doesn't normally equate with 14 in the house at all times, because you have transition. You have people that relapse and they're out of the house, and then you go through an application interview process. So when someone comes into the home, everybody in the home has to vote them in through a review and interview process, which for people in recovery, again, one of the successes is they can spot people in recovery who are ready to recover and who are pulling the wool over your eyes, right? So there's a process of turnover as people graduate out. They're ready to go back out, and their recovery's met a certain threshold where they can go back and acclimate back into their community. There are people who get kicked out. There are other, and so there may be rare times when we're actually at that 14 level. But even if we're there, there's sufficient space under the life safety code. Everyone will occupy a bedroom that meets the life safety code with a proper egress in each bedroom.
One of the letters that came to us indicated that you had rented that house or that property in January and started occupying
Yes.
it in February.
Yes.
Why did it take a complaint for this to come before us?
Well, Oxford House takes the position that it operates as a family under the city's municipal code and other cities' municipal codes. Understand that because of the nature of how these things work. So the group gets together, applies for a charter with Oxford House. That group of people are ready for recovery at that time. You know, it's not Oxford House comes in and opens up a franchise. That's not how these things work, because that would fail in recovery. They get together, they decide we want to start an Oxford House. If they have to wait to go through this process afterwards, then no home would ever get open, because by the time you jump through all these hoops to get the special use permits, to get the reasonable accommodations, those folks aren't going to be available to live together. So from our position, we believe that the Fair Housing Act supports the conclusion that Oxford House should be able to operate without going through the process. However, with respect to the city and with respect to the process, we're going through this reasonable accommodation process anyway. But Oxford House couldn't operate if it had to go through this process and then open the house, because it has to be driven by the people in recovery. If it's not driven, and this is hard for, I think, some folks from outside to understand, but the simple things that we think of in life, like accountability, like being able to pay rent, get together, make decisions to form things, that's easy for us, but that is the basis for recovery. So they have to get together and form it, and Oxford House is not going to recognize them with a charter unless that is from a grassroots level to get together and do that. So that's why that occurs. It's out of no disrespect for anyone. And again, that's why we're here in front of the city, and I appreciate that concern. But yes, we were operating, and we didn't try to disguise that at any point. We were operating and have continued to operate and believe we're entitled to an accommodation.
Somebody initially has to start that. Is there public assistance or government assistance of making those individuals aware of each other?
Yeah, so there are Oxford House outreach workers in the city, just in cities everywhere, that are available. There are some short-term loans and things like that to get things started that are resources available from Oxford House. So there are those support pillars for them. And direction, obviously. You need direction from an outreach worker, to get the Oxford House guidelines. But again, the formation has to come from the group that's there.
Okay.
That's a key component. I was just dealing with an issue in Alabama a few weeks ago with regard to these simple things, like why Oxford House cannot succumb to saying we're a business, because if you start saying we're a business, you lose that. Again, things that's like, oh, who cares? Just consider yourself a business. But those kind of formation things, and if you don't have that responsibility, and if you're a business and somebody else has to pay the rent, if the men or women in the house don't have to pay the rent, everything crumbles at that point. So But yeah, those resources are available, but again, it's got to be self-started by the group.
But this is much like a franchise situation then.
I would say yes and no. It's not a franchise situation other than, you have to follow the guidelines of Oxford House. So, for example, if you're not kicking people out who haven't recovered and those kind of things, then you'll lose your charter. If you decide to bring in counselors and do a different, you'll lose the charter. So in that sense, yes, if you don't follow the guidelines so that have been developed for recovery, and so I can come up in front of you and say the things I'm saying right now, then yeah, to that extent, that's true. So if you look at the old, I watched that movie, Ray Kroc about McDonald's, right? When they started, instead of just selling hamburgers and fries, they started selling chicken sandwiches. They lost their franchise. That's very similar that way, because you have to have that consistency for recovery to work, number one and most importantly. And secondly, for me to be up here and tell you the things I'm telling, they have to operate consistent with that charter and those rules.
So how does Oxford House, as a national organization, how are they remunerated from the creation of this house?
Well, most of what the funding they get is through contracts with the state and other states. There was also federal spending on this as well, donations, other things like that. This is not a money-making, they're a nonprofit. This is not a money-making exercise for Oxford House by any means.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dick. Anyone else? We'll just keep going in order.
Sure. I guess my question has to do with proximity and density. Apparently there are 6 Oxford houses in the near south neighborhood. There's literally one right down the street at 19th and A. There's looks like 2 on 22nd and B, and there's another one at 24th and B. And I guess my question is, why is it that the near south neighborhood seems to be absorbing so many of these homes and situations, and why is it that someone in another neighborhood can't start an Oxford House in their own vicinity? Why is there such a concentration of Oxford houses specifically in the near south neighborhood?
Sure, and I'll answer that question as best I can. I don't know the answer to some of those questions, but I can tell you how this develops. Number one is, someone in recovery does not, the purpose of recovery is getting out of the surroundings in the community that you're in, okay? So if I was someone who was an alcoholic or a drug addict, I wouldn't open it up with my family and friends, because I wouldn't move out of the situation that I'm in the first place. So when you say start it in your neighborhood or another neighborhood, that's just not how it works. Number two, I would say that some of it is based upon the cost, the size of the homes, right? This is a historic district that, at one time, big homes, that were expensive neighborhoods in the city become available because you have to have the space under the Life Safety Code to operate some of these homes. And so they may gravitate for that reasons. Access to public transportation, access to certain things. You're not going to open an Oxford House in a brand new suburb on the edge of town because there's no way to get from there to your job, or you're there to healthcare. So that has a huge impact. You have to have access to healthcare facilities, to jobs and employment, because everyone has to have a job here. You can't not have a job and live in an Oxford House. And so that certainly drives it. But I think more importantly, I think the question is, and with regard to the Federal Fair Housing Act, the question is what impact does that have? Other than saying that there are a lot of Oxford houses in this area, what negative impact has been shown that this is some sort of fundamental alteration or undue burden? And your city staff has said none. Okay, so operating someplace else because there's too many Oxford houses in a general area, for me, doesn't identify anything that I can respond to with regard to why there's a negative impact and why this wouldn't actually enhance the community rather than withdraw from it. So if there are specific examples of how this house has been an undue burden or a fundamental alteration. I certainly would welcome questions on that if you had them.
I'm just going to make an observation here to counter your first comment about people not creating Oxford houses in their spaces. I do agree that it is definitely necessary for people in recovery to get away from the context and the situation. However, the Near South neighborhood is one of the most economically limited neighborhoods. It also happens to be a neighborhood where, while I understand that cost of a big home, it's more affordable to have these sorts of places. I would argue that poor people staying in a poor neighborhood does not set one up for success and recovery. So I do want to go on the record as negating that observation. I think that I think that it's while the costs of housing in this Near South district, the transportation, access to jobs, healthcare, et cetera, I think it's pretty convenient that these places for recovery in this city, in Lincoln, seem to be happening in such close clusters to each other. Literally, you have two of these houses that are just side by side, and they're not just for one it just seems pretty dense, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, I'll just respond that the only thing we can base it on is 50 years of experience doing this, and what's been successful. And again, if it, although it may be counterintuitive to some folks, this model has been incredibly successful, and Oxford House has been incredibly successful. And we've never found that a general concern about density in an area, again, that provides all the things that we've already talked about, would have any impact, certainly on the necessity side. I will tell you that 50 years of experience will tell us what is successful on that side of things. And again, I just want to respond to any specific concerns about how this house has been an undue burden on the city.
Sorry.
You said this house was formed in January,
Yes.
that you didn't feel the need to put in the reasonable accommodation, although the city has that pretty laid out on what is desired, because you said it was a family. So when did Oxford House purchase this property?
Oxford House doesn't purchase this property. The whole basis of the concept of Oxford House is for the chapter to lease it from whoever owns it. Okay? Oxford House Inc. isn't involved at all. It is the chapter and the individual members sign the lease, are responsible for the lease, excuse me, and pay rent to the owner.
So this would just be any house that is up for rent, Oxford House can assist in creating an Oxford home in a house, in
Sure.
any home that is for rent,
Sure.
that they don't own the property. Thank you for that
You bet,
clarification.
you bet.
I misunderstood.
No problem.
And then I think she covered the rest of mine, so I'm
Okay.
gonna hold tight.
Thank you.
There's
Hi.
in the record, there's a
I'll have questions, but we'll go ahead. Tracy, go ahead.
How do you guys determine the number of residents for each house?
Two things. First of all, and most importantly, is the size of the home and making sure it's safe and meets the building code. Obviously, that's going to be a key component. Excuse me. Number two is the demand.
Is what I didn't.
The demand,
Oh.
right? So obviously, the mission of any Oxford House chapter is to help as many people recover as possible. And if the house accommodates that, and the chapter, believes that they can operate at that level, those are the decisions made. And again, they're made at the chapter level, at the local level, not by Oxford House Inc. But we have found, I can tell you that, and there's not been a request for that, and there won't be a request for up to 18. But there are Oxford houses up to 18 operating in this country and internationally that have been very successful. Okay, so But most of it is going to be dependent upon the demand and the need to have those spaces because there are people waiting to get into recovery.
How many are living in this house currently?
Last time I checked, it was 14.
Even though you said previously that it's very unlikely to have 14 there at one time.
Yeah, and again, at any one time, I can take a snapshot and there will be 14, but at any one time I could take a snapshot, it could be 13 or 12. I just wanted to make sure you understood, most importantly, that what the process is to get into the house and there's going to be a lag there, and second most importantly, that if someone relapses, they're out of the house. So this is a place that is absolutely alcohol and drug free.
In just doing a little background search, the forms, the house owner submits the application form to Oxford House to develop that home into a charter. Is that how that goes? And then each member applies to it?
Say it again, the owner of the home?
Right. So when you look at the Oxford House website
Right.
and you look at, like, if I wanted to do this with my home, let's say, because it's privately owned is what I'm understanding. And so I apply to do a charter. Is that correct?
No,
And-
that's not
okay.
how it works. The charter is held by the chapter, not the owner of the home.
Okay.
Okay? So the outreach worker will work with the people in recovery to submit that form and get that charter. The charter goes to the members of the home and they have the responsibility. The owner doesn't have the chapter, doesn't control that. It doesn't run with the property. That's why we have no problem with the conditions that the city, the owner is just simply a landlord renting the home.
Okay.
Okay, the chapter, the charter, everything remains with the men or women who live in the home.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You bet.
So it's a group lease. I'm just looking at a copy of the lease. It is a group
Yeah, well,
lease.
generally, the landlord's going to have, someone sign, as the president of the chapter or the vice president of the chapter, and they're all responsible for that. Oxford House would never take that on Inc. would never take that on as responsibility because that's a core to the recovery. Now, what landlords find is once they have a chapter, it's dependable, they're there, they pay the rent, it's not a problem with them. We don't have problems with landlords.
Okay, I have a couple questions.
Sure.
How is relapse determined by a group of peers, and how is there any verification if somebody has or hasn't relapsed?
That's entirely up to the chapter, okay? So if anyone is caught with drugs or alcohol in their possession, if they can tell they're under the influence, then they're removed. I wouldn't even want to, as someone who's not been in recovery and not an alcoholic or drug addict, I will tell you that I wouldn't profess to say I know all the factors to look for in that. But if they're in possession of any alcohol or drugs on the property, number one, or number two, if they're determined to be under the influence.
So
There's not a third party that will come in.
there's no drug testing, there's no,
Nope, absolutely not. Nope.
so if somebody is really effective at hiding their usage, there would be no way of knowing. And how would
Again,
Oxford House know?
that's an unfair statement. We're talking about 50 years of Oxford House doing that. That's an unfair statement to make on the record, and I want to make sure that it's very clear.
And can I clarify something on that? Specifically, in the ADA, it specifically states even if one person is using, we can't punish the rest of them.
Right.
So I just want
Yes,
to be very,
and I
very
just
clear on
I
that.
just wanted to understand how the process
Yep,
was working
absolutely.
among the group, because if it's a group of the peers making the determination, and then how is Oxford House knowledgeable if they are following that procedure?
Well, again, we have outreach workers, right, that check up on the chapters and will attend meetings. For example, they have meetings all the time. They'll attend meetings and doing those things. But we haven't had a problem with that. Again, I don't want this commission to speculate. If there is evidence that there's these concerns, again, then I would like to be aware of them, because I'm not aware of them, and we'd tell Oxford House right away.
No, and I wanted to understand what the process was, so.
I have a couple of questions just to piggyback on that a little bit.
Okay.
You say the meetings, are they held in the house? Are they held other places?
In the house.
And then if neighbors have concerns that someone has relapsed, Who do they reach out to?
They can reach out to any of the members of the household. We wouldn't restrict them in any way, shape, or form like any other neighbor. Come on over, knock on the door, and say it.
And what happens if they do reach out to someone in the house and, nothing happens or they don't get any results?
Well,
What's the next
We'd
step?
welcome to call Oxford House Inc. Obviously, our website is available. You can do that and they'll reach out to the outreach worker and address any of those concerns, just like if you had any concern with any other neighbor. You don't go to somebody if you have a problem with the neighbor.
Establish the chain of command so that
Yeah.
our neighbors know what the steps are to take.
Okay? Just like any other neighbor, you'd reach out to them.
All right. And then in terms of reasonable accommodations with the Fair Housing Act, it does talk about if there is no disability-related need for requested accommodation because there is no relationship between the requested accommodation and the disabilities of the residents and proposed residents. And so Oxford House is very clear that no services are provided to residents. So how do we then know that it is important for them to be in this, to get the accommodation for the 14 people to live together?
Sure. So I'll point to the letter that Mr. Poland, my colleague, provided and this commission has, where court after court after court after court has held that there's a necessity for multiple reasons. Number one is the ability of them to live together in this format is the fundamental part of recovery. Okay. Number two is the demand. So, quite frankly, we could show a necessity up to 100, right? But we have to balance that with the reasonableness of the size of the home and those kind of things. There are people waiting to get into recovery. And if this isn't approved, someone is going to go without treatment. So we have to balance the number of people, which is in the city's interest, obviously, with the number of people who need it. So without this accommodation, someone will go without recovery. That in itself shows necessity. There's also directly related to the disability. Directly related to the disability comes to the cost that we talked about before, right? Their inability to secure a job, they've lost jobs, they're coming from homeless shelters, those kind of things, because that's directly related to the addiction and abuse itself. And getting out of that is necessary to pool together in chapters like this to have an affordable place to live and recover and get away from the community that they're in this provides. Those are just some examples. And again, I point back to the record in the letter where that's explained in many different ways. And again, this is over a 50-year period that this has developed shows that this model in this manner has led to successful recovery of people recovering from drug and alcohol addiction.
While she's looking, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Are the houses, both genders live in the house? Is there any?
All male or all female?
Okay.
I have a question again. Can you clarify again the timeline and process for the transition in from a single family home to a charter home?
Sure.
It just seems like it's the timeline that has been provided here seems pretty quick. Property was sold December 15, 2021. On January 20th, 2022, a 3-year lease agreement was signed between JDB and Oxford House. That's a month. So the 3 residents of this property would have gotten together, agreed to live together, agreed to lease the house from a landlord, agreed to reach out to Oxford House to create a charter, would have been granted a charter, and then we've only received the application for reasonable accommodation in May. Is that correct?
Well, the first thing I'll say is we're here to decide if this is necessary for a disability and whether it's reasonable to grant it, okay? So I don't know what how this is relevant, but I will tell you that many times you will find that landlords want to rent to Oxford House because they're good tenants, they don't destroy the property, they pay rent on time, and so they may work with the same landlords. And the outreach worker may be aware of the same landlord, and the same landlord may say, hey, I'm buying this property. This may be a good candidate for an Oxford House. And the outreach worker has a group of people that says, we're ready to start. We want to do this. And so that process may go fairly quickly. I hope it does. I really hope it goes lightning speed, because that means more people are in recovery faster.
And people can be in recovery and not be in an Oxford House, or not, I mean, it's not that they're not in recovery. They could still be in recovery. And I guess I know it was kind of asked, and I'm not sure if we know, but if there are 14 people living in a 5-bedroom house, but you said you weren't aware of how they were determining.
I don't know the exact configuration of
bunk
bedrooms.
beds, or people are sleeping on the couch or the floor or wherever, we don't know.
No, they're not going to be sleeping on the floor. They're going to have beds. They're going to have, a regular place to sit. This is not a flop house. They'll be sleeping on the couch. But I'm not sure the exact number of people. All I know is that it will comply with life safety codes. It will have proper ingress and egress, and any rules that are applicable to anybody else will be applied here in the life safety code context to Oxford House.
Are there any other questions for the applicant at this time? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this point, we will take testimony in support. Are there people here who would like to testify in a neutral position? Seeing none, we will move on to testimony in opposition. And just since it's been a while since we went through the routine at the beginning, just state your name and your address, and then you'll have 5 minutes. The timer will go off at 4.
All right, sounds good. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in front of you. My name is Vish Reddy. I live at 1944 B Street, very close to the property in question. Would like to take this opportunity to thank my neighbors and the neighborhood association for showing up and testifying. I had a speech prepared, and then listening to the applicants, triggered a few thoughts. So I'm going to really just highlight 2 points. One being JDB Properties lists itself as an LLC. And so JDB Properties purchase that property, and then they can do whatever they want with it, so on and so forth, in an R2 zoned facility, but it's more the creation of a commercial entity in a residential, right? So I'm not even talking about Oxford House. I'm not talking about recovery. I'm not a medical professional. I'm not educated or trained to talk about the recovery process, but it just seems like it's a commercial opportunity in a residential setting. And so I feel that this is more of a financially viable, very financially viable situation disguised under the Fair Housing Act to create that opportunity for the property owners. The other thing is with the application itself, and this would be my second point. I'm going to set the stage. I hand it over to my neighbors who are far smarter than I am. I feel like I dropped the IQ level by 50 points in this room by walking in. But the other point I'll make is the proximity and the structure of the house, right? So we live, it's an historic district, and we're putting 14 people in that house. Whatever, once again, I'm not commenting on whether they're disabled or considered disabled. It's just 14 people and 14 grown adults in that house that size, right? And yes, obviously the attorney will say we adhere to life safety codes, but every building, everywhere adheres to life safety codes. Prisons, correction facilities, all of those adhere to life safety codes. So life safety code is not the issue. The issue here is the negative impact from an infrastructure standpoint to historic districts that are being targeted because they have a price per square foot, right? Because they're old homes, they're expensive to keep up, and we're in a financially limited neighborhood where we have diversity in every sense of the word, you know, from socioeconomic to racial to ethnic to whatever it may be. You think of diverse in any which way you can think of, we have it in the Near South neighborhood. And that's really the point that we want to make, at least I want to make. And everyone's saying, yeah, 50 years, you know, proves that it's a proven model or whatever. NSNA, we've been around for 50 years, and we've worked with the city for 50 years. And we're trying to do everything that we want with that plan for 2050 for affordable housing, making sure there's diverse uses. And you know, we think this is more of a negative application of circumventing some zoning laws under a disguised effort. Thank you very much.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, wait.
I have one. Since you live right
Yes.
across the street, do you
Yes.
know how many parking spots are available?
I would say there was some gravel that was put on the driveway to kind of create a wider driveway. It's not a hard top surface, which is a requirement actually by Lincoln City Code, where you can't park on gravel long term. It has to be hard top. I would say maybe 2 cars.
At
then
the front of the house?
At
And
the
then what
front of the
about alley
house. And there is alley access, so, you know, obviously there is kind of a garage or, you know, a shed in the back. I would say probably 2 to 3 cars in the back. Yep, you're welcome. All the rest would have to park on the street. So,
All right. Thank you very much.
all right, thank you.
I'm going to read my comments. I'm not as good at extemporaneous speaking as my neighbor Vish, so some of this may be repetitive, so I apologize for that. I'm Carmen Maurer. I reside at...
I'm sorry. May we have your name and your address, please?
I'm Carmen Maurer. I reside at 1929 C Street in a home known as the Hamilton and A. Bertha Hewitt House, built in 1912. It has a magnificent woodwork and 3 sets of stained glass windows and original radiators, where I sit on cold January days and dry my snowy clothes. Prior to the arrival of absentee owners, the Hahn House at 1923B was similarly appointed. In the past year, I pledged my retirement savings to secure a loan to buy 1980 C Street across from where I live. Wayne Manor, as we call it, was in need of lots of love. But with neighborly assistance, we restored it to its former glory. And last December, I sold it to a husband and wife with 4 daughters who now call it their home. I did not make a cent on it, but the value added to my street is priceless. Others here today have taken on similar personal risk for the betterment of our neighborhood. None of us made any money over the investment, but that was never our goal. Our 2 neighborhoods, are not intended to make others rich. Our goal was to facilitate safe and livable spaces in single-family homes, not an increase in our bank account. Even in granting disability accommodation, there is a balance. The right spot to land that provides needed housing without unreasonably jeopardizing the zoning scheme that you have implemented. Obviously, I care greatly for our historic homes, but I want to emphasize important matters that extend beyond that love of old houses. You received a letter from me. I'm much better in writing than I am speaking. And while I know and understand that all of us are swamped by paper and information, I respectfully ask that you thoughtfully review and consider the concerns in my too long letter. And I think today I've noticed that I appreciate those of you that have read that, because I know it is probably a cure for insomnia. I point out in that letter that this is not merely a near-south concern. The nature of Oxford's requested accommodation, the precedent that you will apply is citywide. It applies anywhere that, quote, families, close quote, live. I've been advised that property covenants, like those more commonly found in new developments, will not avoid the Oxford model. So please be very, very careful about the precedent you set here for all of Lincoln. The process for granting disability accommodation is complex. It's difficult and nuanced task, fraught with legal potholes. Get good advice. Make sure your decision is based upon the kind of information that's required when evaluating disability accommodation applications. This request is not like a ramp or an elevator that's generally used or designed for all. It's a request that asks for a unique determination based on each unique individual's disability. Ask yourself, how do you know that this particular member of this particular family group is indeed well served in an unsupervised setting? You must ensure yourselves that you got the process right. My letter points out that internet research reveals that Oxford House has a tradition of acting first and subsequently requesting accommodation only when a complaint is made. This first came to light about 30 years ago in reported cases, so Oxford House is well aware that local process for accommodation is required. We do not argue that Oxford residents have no right to seek reasonable accommodation. They do. But they should not have the right to avoid your authority. Require them to make their request as they should have from the beginning, providing you with the information you need to support a solid evaluation process, instead of filling the house first and then asking you to conform your rules to their action already taken.
1 more minute.
If necessary, Oxford's actions can be incrementally undone in a way that avoids inconvenience or harm to the Hahn House residents. Further, reasonable simply means reasonable. There is no magic there. It is not simply accepting what's advocated in a Washington lawyer's letter. Our research says that it's not the size of the house, nor the desire to increase the landlord's cash flow, which determines what you, the Planning Commission, deems reasonable. Please remember as you think about reasonableness that the lot line of the other Oxford house on this block is a mere 50 to 60 feet away. In my letter, I have suggested a reasonable accommodation for all of Lincoln's residential neighborhoods. Please read it with care and consider my expression of concern for all parties, including, and maybe most importantly, the disabled residents themselves. Thank you.
I got another one. Do you know the address of the other Oxford house?
1900 A Street.
Thank you. And do you know how many residents are in that one? It might be one for Oxford, but I thought since you live there, you might know.
To the best of my knowledge, I mean, we actually asked, and it wasn't me, someone else, another neighbor here did walk by and ask recently. And interestingly enough, the two residents working in the front yard were not sure. They had to chat for a while so there was some exchange between them, how many of us are in here. And I believe they said that they thought there were 10. There's 15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Mercier. I live at 1930 B Street. That's across the street, one house over from the property in question, 1923 B. I've owned the house along with my wife for 22 years. We moved in 2000. At the time that we purchased the home, it was previously used as a halfway house, as an example of how the neighborhood's changed over time. At that time, 7 of the houses, of the 15 houses between 19th and 20th on B Street, 7 of the 15 were single-family dwellings. Now, all but 1 are single-family dwellings. There's one sixplex that was built as an apartment complex some time ago. All the other houses have deconverted from multifamily to single-family dwellings. A lot of that goes back to 20 years ago. I, along with a lot of people in this room, petitioned the city to change the zoning to R2. And it was quite an accomplishment. It took a lot of work, not by me, but like I say, others in this room. I was happy to go door to door and get signatures. The neighborhood was very excited. We thought we had done something really beneficial. And for the most part, we did. Tremendous change has gone on in the neighborhood. There's pockets that are where we have our challenges. But 19th to 20th on B, not one of those pockets. It gets better every year. It really does. I hope you all have taken the time to visit the property, unlike the counselor for Oxford House. Please take a look at what goes on in our neighborhood. It's a fantastic place. There are so many people in our neighborhood that have lived on that block for decades and decades. I rented on the neighborhood on the same block for 7 years before I bought, I fell in love with the neighborhood. We have people that have given this house to future generations. It stayed in their family lineage for 50, 60 years. We have other residents that have been there that long on the same block. So I could talk forever about how I love my neighborhood, but I got two observations I really need to share. The first is, when the rumors were coming around about this was going to be an Oxford house, I didn't really know what that meant. Okay, the new owner was at the property. There was a horrible event where someone had actually spray painted "No Oxford" on the front door, across the front door in huge letters. And I went over there and introduced myself and apologized and told her how shocked I was. Never seen anything like it, right? And I asked some direct questions about her intentions. Unfortunately, I didn't get direct answers. The best way to describe her answers would be misleading at best. I learned over time that some of what she told me was just false. So I got to ask, why would she not be truthful with someone that is her new neighbor? What's the logic behind that? Well, I think what we're learning, and what some of you have already uncovered, I can tell, Ms. Cruz, etc., is there's a profit motive here. I'm sure Oxford House is a great organization. No doubt people are in need. And the other thing I'll say is, no neighborhood's given more to people in need than Near South. So, and the new owner did lecture me on that. I didn't respond very kindly about that, because we've always made room for people of all ethnicities and socioeconomic background.
One more minute.
The last thing I want to say is, although we are willing to have people of all backgrounds in our neighborhood, a week ago today was a bit of a game changer for me. The Cass County Sheriff pulled up in a paddy wagon and opened the back gate and brought out a gentleman that was in handcuffs. And they were yelling at each other, the sheriff and the individual with the handcuffs. And then the sheriff escorted him to the door at 1923B. I'm not someone that feels threatened easily. I will walk my neighborhood any hour of the night. I would walk any neighborhood in Lincoln. We're all blessed to live in such a great city. But when I saw that shook me a little bit. So the question you got to ask is, with 14 people churning out, because they don't stay long, how often am I going to have to see people like the Cass County Sheriff coming from Plattsmouth, Nebraska, unloading people in my neighborhood? There's a daycare across the street. There's minor children on the block. This is not pretty. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions?
Yeah,
Hold on
I
just a
do.
second. Sorry.
So I want to make sure that I'm understanding this. You're saying that the sheriff dropped him off. Was he in handcuffs?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
I have
And
photos if you'd like.
And he took him to the door and just unlocked the handcuffs and...
No, he got out of the paddy wagon. He took off the handcuffs. He took him to the front door, and they let him in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Kathy Wilkin, 1942 A Street. First of all, thank you so much for being here and allowing us to speak to this critical situation. I want to point out, after listening to the attorney, that I've lived in Near South for 30 years. We have an Omaha attorney who hasn't even laid eyes on the house that we're speaking about today. And the other attorney representing Oxford is a Washington attorney. This is Lincoln, and this is personal, so thank you. I speak to you today to request a moratorium on the decision for reasonable accommodation for 1923 B Street. I am a 30-year resident of Near South and have served on the Near South board for many years. I recently added up a few hours of volunteer work that I do for the Near South, and it comes up to an average of 200 hours a year, and I work full-time and have a family. So we are people that are deeply involved in our neighborhood, and we care so very much, as I think you know. From my backlot line at 1942A, walking west down my alley, in 38 steps, I've reached the backlot line of 1923B. From that point, walking 30 steps across the alley, I've reached the backlot of 1900A. Both these Oxford houses are not designated as group homes, so are not required to stay within the city's half-mile zoning regulations. 1900A currently houses 10 men but allows 15. 1923B currently houses 11 but allows 14. On my one city block, over 30% of the residents are in treatment for addiction. There are 2 additional Oxford houses within walking distance at 22nd and 24th and B Street. The Near South has 6, more than any other neighborhood, as well as group homes. In January 2022, Nebraska had 56 Oxford houses. By June, it increased to 60. 4 more in Nebraska, 3 in Lincoln. The numbers are increasing and will continue to do so. I also disagree with the attorney that says this will enhance our neighborhood and be successful for us. I hope it's successful for the residents. I do not want any harm to come to them, but I don't see how it would enhance our neighborhood. 1923B was the first of 4 Han houses built for Lincoln families between 1907 and 1911, one of which was sold to a city council member. I know this because we've published 5 walking tour books with the help of Ed Zimmer and people on our committees. We care so much about our neighborhood and our historic homes that we share our histories, our architecture, our unique characters, and even our ghosts. We hold yearly events, raising money, and inviting people, including the biannual Mother's Day Tour of Homes, regularly attended by over 1,000 people. In 2019, we rededicated Near South and Breda Parks, having contributed $40,000 for the renovation, and are currently working on the same goal of $40,000 for Peach Park. We are celebrating our golden anniversary, quite a feat for a small group of caring and concerned neighbors formed in 1972, which empowered the board to keep the neighborhood informed on zoning changes, preserve low density, reduce vehicular congestion, and encourage pride. 50 years ago, the name Near South was created. As we celebrate, the work continues. Near South banners will soon be flying, notating our pride in this place. We fear what we do not know, so yesterday I introduced myself to Fred. Fred was outside washing his car. We chatted a bit about his life in 1923B. Fred said 11 people are living there right now, 11 men, not 14. They share housekeeping duties. They monitor each other. We know the signs, Fred said. But additionally, some are checked by probation officers. All Freds are responsible for their own meals, but often eat together. 3 Freds have their own separate rooms, while the other 8 share 2 to a room. That's 7 bedrooms. If 1923 currently has 11, imagine 14. Fred has another 9 months, and if all goes well, he's moving back to Kansas City. I hope Fred's going to be fine. I have Freds in my own family. But the Near South cannot house all the Freds. It's fragile. As a fellow board member says, the Near South cake is baked. We are 1 square mile, housing 10 to 11,000 residents. We've brought this challenge to the city's attention, and only after we did that, the attorney for Oxford sent a letter of request for reasonable accommodation, ending the letter with a threat of lawsuit. Not a great way to introduce yourself to your neighbors. We've committed countless hours of research, compiling info to keep our neighbors informed. We're immensely impacted by this. Therefore, we respectfully request a moratorium so planners and city council can study this, a situation not addressed for 17 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy, I want you to repeat, I want to make sure I got the numbers down right. The gentleman that you talked to, he said that how many were in individual bedrooms and how many were sharing?
3 had individual rooms. He said he was lucky because he was the first resident, so he got to pick a room.
And then how many were sharing?
Fred said the other 8 share 2 to a room. And for me, that meant 7 bedrooms. if they are in fact bedrooms. Any other questions I can answer?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will leave a copy of this here.
Thank you.
Hi, Deb Cosgrove, 1900 C Street. I've only been a resident of the Near South for 6 years, which makes me a relative newcomer to the area. However, I've got some comments and some information that I'd like for you to be aware of. I first have a question, and the question is about reasonable accommodation and what that means. It would seem, according to Oxford House, that the only reasonable accommodation means an abandonment of all current zoning laws. They're asking for nothing less than for all rules to be set aside. I'm not sure how you feel that about being reasonable, but I'm a professor at the university, and if a student said I need reasonable accommodation, that does not mean I need exemption from all assignments and all work. Just please give me an A. According to the Oxford House website, they've got language that says, once a cluster of houses is developed in an area, it becomes easier to expand because of help from existing Oxford houses. How many homes make a cluster? How many are enough? There are 6 within 1 square mile of our Near South neighborhood. The Oxford House website also claims we have been and will continue to be good neighbors. It goes on to state in some information on the website that I accessed, all materials are included at our website, and neighbors can understand how Oxford House works by downloading and reading any of the material. This is important for 2 reasons. 1, we want neighbors to know us, and 2, neighbors want to know us. However, the website then advises potential landlords. There is a section on landlords, and it says there is no need to seek prior approval for leasing to an Oxford House, and Oxford House, Inc. will legally defend any claim of zoning violation made by localities still unfamiliar with the federal law. I contend Oxford House has no intention of being a good neighbor, since they have no intention and have not in actuality notified neighbors of any coming Oxford House and made no attempted outreach to any of the neighbors that I know of in any area. It is my contention that the Oxford House has not intended to comply with local zoning ordinances, since they are keenly aware of the need to file for reasonable accommodation, and yet have not done so in even one instance, despite that they established their first Oxford House in Lincoln in December 2015. You are hearing about the Oxford House now because we have 6 of them in our neighborhood, and we just became aware. The attorney for the Oxford House made mention of the individuals in treatment. And I found that word to be interesting because Oxford House specifically tries to avoid the use of that term in relationship to the housing arrangements. If residents, in fact, were receiving treatment in the housing setting, that then would seem to mean that the house needs to be applied more as a group home or a residential treatment facility rather than simply many unrelated people living together in one house for the purpose of saving money and potentially supporting themselves. He also indicated that they need to get out of the setting, the environment that they were in, surrounded by drugs and alcohol and whatever temptation there was. But at what point is the neighborhood saturated with Oxford houses that they are in fact living among people that had the same problems and the same issues? And they do have a good record for treatment, but there are relapses. And one of those relapses wandered by my house last week when I was having a backyard party. And it was a person that I had to call the police for because he was unable to walk and actually fell headfirst into the street and hit his head. He claims, the attorney claimed that partially how they determine how many people to put into a house is based on the demand. For the Oxford houses in Lincoln, not just the near south, I calculated, found square foot and then calculated square foot per person, and we're averaging about 220 square feet per person is what they plan to put into a house. And remember, this house at 1923B, they've got 14 men, 5 bedrooms, and 2 bathrooms. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Raina Engelhard, 1909 Washington, circa 1888. Just gonna read off
Pull
of
the
this
mic up a little closer to your.
Yeah, just gonna read off of this for speed purposes. So, the city is burdened when they make tax blight credits like on Good Hue that end up being futile. Oxford-backed people outbid 5K easily. It is said that a garbage truck had to back down the alley on 19th and A as it was blocked by sober living cars. There are many aging residents with aging homes in near south. Increases in parking violations cause the city burden. LPD consulted with 1923B only, the least established near South Oxford, one aware that it was under scrutiny, and that doesn't factor in parking. Building upkeep isn't addressed in absentee for-profit situations. 1923B's rock driveway rolls onto the sidewalk. It's been months. Another Oxford 1900A has a garage with a crack up the entire north side, which is rendering it unusable. Provided pictures in my email of that. Rarely in Lincoln do disabled folks face housing obstacles just for having mental disabilities. Lincoln has bus systems everywhere. In California, for example, there are no reported cases where a rehabilitated applicant with a history of criminal acts from substance abuse or mental illness has been granted accommodation from public housing criminal restrictions. But why not move to a house that does accommodation requesting for you as a group, helping obscure individual cases, elevating how Oxford-backed folks have more requesting resources compared to single disabled people. Conviction of manufacturer distribution of a controlled substance makes you ineligible for ADA. EEOC says people receiving treatment or have been rehabilitated successfully are ADA protected. Oxford is not the treatment, so where did they get the required treatment? In US versus SMC 1992, records of the 8 tenants that were going to be at a house were produced regarding drug use, convictions, and diagnosis. So Oxford requested accommodations as an entity, so can near south. Does that mean that 1923 reapplies when a group is completely cycled through, putting burden on the city? Families don't cycle out. Neighbors have a reasonable expectation of that definition. To challenge Oxford based on Oxford interfering with my disability, I would not have the benefit of my name redacted and disguised behind Oxford House Inc., where not even a real family surname is exposed. Then why, again, does Oxford get to operate first and ask later? Property owners leasing Oxfords don't need qualifications or a license or 50 years experience. The in-house treatment model is that recoveries get better supporting each other, living together, but there's no oversight. People use Oxford franchise to get around unrelated resident limits, benefiting because that means more rent money per person. Tenants invite more people because that could mean cheaper rent if it goes based on that. Recoveries are deprived of in-house treatment like telehealth, Zoom, or AA because Oxford uses a loophole and cannot permit in-house treatment. Burden is on the city to keep up with treatment happening on site, as Oxford won't. If they leave for treatment, they can leave for alcohol. Oxford residents use Russ's or Casey's and encounter Smoker's Corner. Smoker's Corner stands in questionable condition operation, attracting a questionable crowd and activity. I hate to say this, but cops were on the lot in March due to an intoxicated person. That's Smoker's Corner. Robbery at Casey's ATM, bass booms down A Street into Washington B Street. Meth shipments are dropped at vacant apartments. Like this spring, there's vandalism. This area is not a quiet residential area for sobriety. Near South Neighborhood Association spends time on zoning rather than these other issues. Nebraska passed Alabama as having the nation's most overcrowded prisons, so is Oxford the foundation that Lincoln wants to address these issues, as many nonviolent crimes deserve independence, but near South is saturated. And 14 or 15 people in a house meant to be single family is still overcrowding. Mental health budget cuts are not near South's burden, not to mention data showing that mental health deinstitutionalization like Oxford may not actually be beneficial. So Oxford residents don't gain much compared to the cost to us. Out of the 7 homes and friends, I'm sure offenders go beyond drug charges. I'm a college-age girl, a block away from 2 Oxfords. My sister's here, cousin, our friends. Alpha Delta Pi sorority is in near South. My mom grew up in near South with 5 sisters. They have stories of encounters with group homes because this isn't new. The unparalleled amount of men that can just pop up on a corner or lot is anxiety-inducing. It makes me not want to walk my dogs in that area or deliver flyers. Lighting is not great, and no other family situation would this happen. Being deprived of housing prospects in my family's 4th generation neighborhood that provides me with familiarity, induces anxiety. They're being allowed to outbid low-income folks, people of color, singular disabled people, the aging or accessibility under the guise that it is competing with non-handicapped people, and they don't care about accessibility because of parking, sidewalk upkeep, or alley use. And then in my email, I included some things about defensible space by the Housing and Urban Development, where it says when spaces lack clear owners or are open to too many users, residents cannot assert responsibility for their safety and maintenance. Oxford residents rent the entire premises rather than a single room. All residents have access to the entire house. There are no individual locks on bedrooms, no privacy. The whole house is a common area. This could also indicate changes to historical doors or hardware. All right.
Questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Westra, and I reside at 1106 South 20th Street in a home known as the Fitzgerald House, which is currently a one-family home, but spent several decades as a 5-bedroom property. My husband and I purchased the home a few years ago, and we have spent considerable sums of money restoring it to its former glory. We're not there yet, but hopefully soon. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on this important issue. I submitted a letter for the record, which you have. I'm opposed to this action for 2 reasons. First, the applicant Oxford House has not demonstrated, in my opinion, the need for this house, the need for this accommodation. That is, they haven't provided any documentation that 14 adult men in a single-family home is a recipe for sobriety success. The applicant Oxford House only applied in May after complaints were made regarding the zoning violation. And as was stated earlier, the lease was executed with the property owner in Oxford House in January, and the residents moved in February. And contrary to what Oxford House's attorney said, the timeline is important because we are a community of laws and regulations, and we follow those. And we find out what we're required to do with respect to our homes, and we make the appropriate application. Third, there's no information regarding the eligibility of future tenants. How will the city certify that future tenants are eligible for this accommodation to reside at 1923 B Street in compliance with the Federal Fair Housing Act? We're only now getting a little more information about how the Oxford House operates, more specifics about charters and the like. None of that was provided in their letter of application. And we shouldn't be burdened with having to go online and find that information out for ourselves. My other concern is how the city evaluated this particular Oxford House. Looked at it in a silo on its own without respect to the surrounding area, including the existing Oxford House at 19th and A. Didn't look at it with respect to the neighbors, the traffic, families residing right across the street, right next to this particular home, with respect to the numerous other halfway houses and other group homes. And as others have said, at what point does the Near South become saturated with such facilities? I'd like to recognize the number of neighbors and residents who have shown up here today, taken time off from their work, from their jobs, from their other activities, their families, who spent countless hours researching this issue. The burden has been on the neighborhood to find out what this was all about and get the answers, and spend time writing letters. I ask you to pause this action right now until more information can be gathered. And finally, I do not believe it's reasonable to accommodate 14 adult men into a single-family home with 5 bedrooms and only 2 bathrooms. That's 7 people per bathroom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Marcy Young, 1901 Prospect Street, member of the Near South Neighborhood Association and owner of the Governor John Thayer House on the National Register of Historic Places. And I bring that up first because when my husband and I purchased the house, I wouldn't have told him this if I'd known. But if I had known how much it was going to cost in time and effort to upkeep of an old house, I'm not sure if I would have agreed to it. And I hope this isn't being recorded for him to watch. My concern is 2. I'm going to address that one second. The first one the first concern I'm going to address to you is more of a, I'm not going to call it a moral concern, but I am 11 years in recovery from alcoholism, and so this is the first time anybody has addressed you about this. There's something called a 12-step program, and in a 12-step program, you emphasize complete honesty. And to me, something isn't sitting right about the whole deal with Oxford. It seems to me that there's a loophole that's being taken advantage of here, and I sense that there's probably some fear that's on the receiving end here because there's threats of lawsuit. But the total honesty of if we're going to have an Oxford house and the success of a program has to be foundational on something like that, otherwise there's no success. So I have some real questions about we're self-governing. How do you decide if somebody comes in, somebody comes out? I know this isn't your concern, but I have a concern about Oxford House, and I absolutely want people to be in recovery because it is hell to be on the other end, and I know of which I speak. So there's a concern there, and I don't know where that plays with this, but I just wanted to put that on the record. The other concern I have has to do with the housing stock, because there are 19 section reps in the Near South Neighborhood Association, and we walk our neighborhood, every single block of it, 4 times a year at least, because we leaflet our neighborhood. We've discussed mailing out our flyers, but we walk our neighborhood because we want to check our housing stock. And all of us here who are section reps can probably name 8 to 10 houses in our sections that are in disrepair, and very few of them are owner occupied. Most of them are landlord occupied. A lot of them have a lot of residents in them, and my concern is there's no teeth in the city ordinance about repair of structures. That is one of the perennial problems that we face in our neighborhood, and it's not just going to be our neighborhood because all of our housing stock continues to age. We are just the forerunner of what the city is going to be experiencing all throughout the city. So please pay very careful attention to what you do inside the Near South, because it's going to be spreading throughout the rest of the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bob Watson, 1800 C Street. If somebody dropped 14 people on your block just overnight, or 11, or however many, it makes a big difference right away. You can't even drive down 19th Street off of A anymore. It's just cars both sides. So if one car's coming your way, you're going the other way. You can't even get by each other. And that's from that Oxford house on 19th. I just think this is a very slippery slope. and they're kind of backdooring. And I just want you guys to think very carefully about this, because I think it's just a slippery slope. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Angie Emsick. I live at 1837C. And I just would like to give some anecdotal information. I can tell you some negatives of living in an area with just basically high density people that come and go. I live in a block that has both R1 and 2 multi-dwellings on each side of me, across the street, and 3 behind me. So I have about 16 people that I see come and go daily. That increases noise, that increases the cycle of people moving in and out, and stuff just put out on the street, junk everywhere as people move and cycle in and out. I can't even park in front of my house anymore because there's so many cars, because no one thinks about where all these people are going to park. And you need to go look at 1900A, where I have to go through 2 sides of cars. So clearly the people that live at 1900A own vehicles. So I would disagree with you on that point, sir. I am a legal guardian to a disabled child, adult child, and I ask myself, where do his rights start in connection to someone else? He deserves to live in a peaceful environment, and it's not peaceful when people come and go all night and day, and there's music blasting, and then their friends are coming, and then they're getting deliveries. It's just becoming too much in our neighborhood. I've lived there 24 years, and it's getting worse every year. And I would like to say something to your point about, I love my neighborhood, but you just need to look at Lincoln Police Department statistics. This is a high crime with, I mean, every day you can look at the crime report and see how many people are stopped for felony drug possession. This is not a great place to become sober. And so I just would like you to think about, those facts, and that really our neighborhood can only handle so many of these, because we also have a group home on D Street. There's other state facilities besides Oxford House. So you need to look at this in totality of our neighborhood. And then you just, when you have a family move into a house, you don't have 14 people that are coming and going in 10 cars that need to park on your street. So that's what makes this different to me. You want to call this a family. Okay, it's not a typical family. And I feel like they've found the loopholes that they need to, work around the laws of being a group home, and they've set it up, that's why they have to have an attorney on staff. We don't have an attorney on staff at the Near South. So we don't have anyone to stand up for our rights. But they've figured out they can, be funded, because I'd like to know who pays your salary, sir. Yeah. So basically the noise and just, the cars and people coming and going, and you just are hearing that all night long. And they're not supervised. That's all I have to say. Thank you. And anecdotally, I can tell you, I can watch every week drugs dropped off in drug transactions right in front of my own eyes, right in my block. It's a very dense neighborhood with a lot of crime. It's the facts. You can look them up. Talk to any LPD officer, he'll tell you. That's why their presence is now, I appreciate them. They're in our neighborhood all the time now, a lot, and I appreciate it. We're trying to keep it, clamped down, but I see it with my own eyes. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Newport. I live at 1954 A Street with my wife, Shelley Stahl, who is back here. You have our letter in your packet that addresses most of our issues with this proposal. One of the aspects of going last is you get everyone else covers everything you want to say. So I don't have a whole lot to add, other than a couple of fine points. First of all, I'm an architect, and I like to research stuff. You know, I like to look for proof, you know, in things when they're presented to me. And I looked for the definition of family, and nowhere could I find a definition of family in the ADA or the Fair Housing Act that matches up with how Oxford House has defined family and how they are looking to be approved as a family. Most families I know have mixed sexes. They have women and men living in the same house, you know, whereas this obviously doesn't apply to their model in terms of who they allow to live in their houses. So, you know, they're not necessarily meeting that particular definition of family. But the other thing that I wanted, there's a few other points in their presentation, in their application, that I looked up, you know, because I really wanted to get to the bottom of some things. One thing I did find, and they talk about the Fair Housing Amendments of 1988. In that amendment, Congress has approved that, and I'll just read it real quickly to you, states that the amendment states that nothing in this title shall limit the applicability of any reasonable local, state, or federal restriction on the maximum number of occupants permitted in a dwelling. What that means is you could establish something less than 14 and still be within the Fair Housing Act. There's other examples I could go through, but in the interest of time, I guess it's a matter of skipping over some of those. Also, they quote a Surgeon General report for recovery housing for recovering from addiction. In that report from the Surgeon General, they talk about this is a leading example of recovery supportive houses is Oxford houses, which are peer-run, self-sustaining, substance-free residences that host 6 to 10 recovering individuals per house. I mean, that's in their report, but they're asking for 14. They're actually to increase over and above what the Surgeon General says is a recommended level, in my interpretation. And I'm just an architect. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't have all the arguments there to place in front of you. I also have read through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development report, and when they talk about discrimination in terms of what municipalities can and cannot do, I did not find anything that matches up with what is really happening with our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is very inviting. The city is very inviting with making sure that we have diversity within the neighborhood and other neighborhoods. It's not just ours. But as I read through that report, I could pick apart every one of the discriminatory things you can't do, and I didn't find anything that we are doing, you know, in that report. So I would encourage you to read through that and see if you can find something that we're actually guilty of.
One more minute.
Thank you. So just in closing, I guess, I too would echo every other comments that maybe a moratorium on moving forward with this proposal would be best, because it would give time for study of some of the things that are, in my own research, I found that really don't point to a discriminatory attitude by the city or anything that would necessarily cause a lawsuit to be successful in this case. So a moratorium might help to alleviate people's concerns there. So anyway, I'll sit down because I know everybody wants to go home.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I've got lots of notes scrolled down, so I might be a little bit. My name is Karen Lynn Knopp. I live at 1730 South 25th Street in Near South. I attended college here back in the late 80s, early 90s, and my husband and I moved away shortly after I graduated, and it's always been our goal to return to Lincoln, Nebraska. We now live in the near south, which is where we got married and also where my husband lived when we met. So it's got a sweet place in our heart, and we love this community. We were excited to finally make that move in June of 2019. So I am the newest newbie at only 3 years, but I tell you, I have fallen hard for the near south, and I am very invested, and I love it dearly. We specifically chose near south, not only for the racial diversity, but the economic, housing, and diversity of family types that make up the community. And for the active neighborhood association that shows how much they care. We purchased our forever home less than a mile from the church we were married and about a mile from the home my husband rented when we met. Neighbors quickly introduced themselves, and we just knew this was the place to live. We love it. And Near South welcomes a number of different group homes and rehab facilities, so it's not the type of resident affiliated with the Oxford House that we are concerned about. It is the logistics and the control of such more houses taking over the character of the neighborhood, especially when they admittedly just move in and then ask for accommodation afterwards. How do you control that when they can certainly outbid any single family person wanting to purchase a home in Near South? And it does seem a little bit suspicious that that's their modus operandi. But anyway, each one main concern with having a non-owner occupied single family residence operated by 14 grown adults is that each of those adults likely comes with a car. I mean, I know he says that they take public transportation, but that doesn't seem to be the case at the other Oxford House. So, and with people coming and going, you never know which people have cars. And they also have guests who have cars. There's no continued oversight for compliance to rules of the Oxford House or city ordinances. In fact, one of our board members saw a woman sitting on the street. He approached her to offer her some fruit and water. And she said something to the effect of, "Oh, it's okay. My boyfriend lives in the Oxford House. I'm just waiting to sneak in." So obviously, there's no one on site overseeing the rules, and the peer enforcement wasn't working because this is obviously something she was used to doing. I understand that approval is being considered for the initial 14 residents based on their handicapped, but how is continued approval for future residents to be monitored to ensure that they also meet such requirements? What steps will be taken to ensure Oxford House doesn't continue to purchase up properties only a few homes from each other, causing even more parking and traffic issues? And just ask LPD. We've got parking and traffic issues in the Near South. Your decision on this matter will set a precedent for the city of Lincoln. What is to prevent other Oxford House or other Oxford House style homes with out-of-town landlords backed by large lawyers in Washington, without an on-site treatment supervisor and seemingly no oversight from turning the city into the monitor for their problems that will surely arise? Certainly, parking is one, but not the only concern. I mean, you guys do the zoning. Why? They're there for a reason. The zoning rules are there for a reason. You've thought out these rules and regulations thoroughly, and they're just being overlooked, and I don't find that appropriate.
1 more minute.
Thank you. How many accommodations need to be made outside of existing zoning rules before it becomes a burden to the city and the community, especially when they begin operating before such accommodation is granted and are willing to take advantage of every loophole with lots of lawyers backing them up? As a member of the Near South Association Board, I have often appreciated the monthly reports that when we meet with the LPD regarding crime and different arrests in the area, and I appreciate it even more when they listen to the concerns of the Near South residents, which they do each month. Those concerns typically always revolve around parking and traffic and emergency access, trash access. They can't pick up our trash because there's too many cars parked in the alley. They're parked 5 feet into the alley. There's a lot of, and LPD is already stretched so thin. And with the additional oversight that the city's going to have to provide if it's not provided by the Oxford House or its residents. I just think that's just stretching everyone really thin. Thank you so much for your time, and I appreciate you.
Is there any other additional testimony in opposition?
May I make one more quick statement?
Sorry. All right, at this time, we will have applicant rebuttal.
Don't we have staff questions first?
Yeah.
Oh, staff,
staff,
sorry.
sorry.
Well, I will tell you, that's what I thought too, except for it is backwards on my sheet.
Okay.
So we will do staff questions first.
Which one do we want?
Well, Tim, it is.
Bring the whole crew up.
Mhm.
I have one. I'll start us off. It should be a fairly easy one. If they are granted this, does that mean that other regulations don't apply, such as like the gravel parking? You know, like if they're parking in the front lawn, does that?
This is a request for accommodation from one aspect, which is the zoning definition of family. I would also point out that paving, to answer the question, parking lots are required to be paved in commercial areas. Your driveway within the public right-of-way can be required to be paved, but paved parking is not necessarily a requirement thereafter on private property for individual houses. This house does have a garage on the back and a couple of parking stalls next to it, and it has a long driveway that comes up from the back, and it looks like there's a driveway that's used off and on, looking at air photos from the front.
Is keeping the sidewalk clear required?
All right, who else has questions?
Steve, to clarify, the reasonable accommodation, the first one is simply around the definition of family, and granting a variance to consider up to 14 people in this particular building, in this particular property as family.
I'll take that one. Tim Cease, Assistant City Attorney. The only reasonable accommodation that is before this board on this application is for relief from the definition of the term family in the city zoning code. That's it.
Following up on that, the house that is on A Street that has 10 residents in it, how is that classified?
The house that's on A Street is not part of this application and is not part of this hearing, so I would caution you against considering that as part of your findings today.
But I'm just curious what it's zoned.
I don't know that zoning's any different. Steve, are you aware?
No.
The zoning in the near south does kind of change block by block, so we could look that up.
Okay.
We can apply that there is, and I'm asking the lawyer for clarification, we can apply the fact that there is a zoning waiver for more people to live in a house on 19th and A based on this because of distance, as we could, by the law, say they're too close together in one block.
If you were to, you would have to make the conclusion that that was somehow a fundamental alteration of the entire zoning scheme. That's what that would go towards.
As the intent of that neighborhood of
Right.
that block.
That's what that would that's what that would
Very
go towards.
specifically, it could apply to that situation. Thank you.
A few people mentioned moratoriums. Is that something that we as a group even can entertain? I know that in the past we have not been able to.
The ordinance is pretty specific. If you don't take action within 45 days of this application, it will go on to the city council and be deemed a recommendation by the planning commission. So this planning commission does not have the authority to impose some sort of moratorium And that shouldn't be taken to mean that the city council has authority to create some sort of moratorium either. That's not how that should be taken, but only as specific to this entity.
Okay, thank you.
In the staff report, it talks about, one of the 8, it talks about a proliferation of communal living dwellings in a concentrated area. How is that defined? Like, is that does the city come up with a certain number? How does that, the area, how do we quantify that?
To be perfectly honest, I don't think it's quantified anywhere. I think that comes from the same factor that we discussed, which is this a fundamental alteration of the zoning scheme in this area? And that is one of the items that is up for discussion. But it's a determination that's to be made based on the evidence that's been presented at this hearing today.
Okay, another question is with regard to the reasonable accommodation. Given that this particular building is not being set aside for treatment specifically, how does it, I guess my question is how is it a support? If there's no oversight and the only oversight that exists is basically the honor code amongst its residents. I mean, this particular organization has taken pains to paint itself as not treatment based, and so what's the basis for considering this housing as special, as somehow in need?
I think what's being asked of this commission, and maybe I need to state that a little more specifically, is that this is a single family residence. There's a group of folks who want to live in this residence. They are making the choice to live in this single family residence. There is an impediment to them doing so, and that is the definition of family in the city's zoning code. Under the Fair Housing Act, they have the right and the authority to ask for reasonable accommodation from that definition, and that is what is before this planning commission today. So as to the efficacy of the treatment or any of that, I think that goes beyond what I can speak to. I hope that just spelling out that that really the question, the essence of the question today is helpful, although I'm not sure that I've answered your question.
So in essence, if I had 14 drag queens who wanted to have a house, they call themselves family, then we would reasonably accommodate them.
And have they shown that they are disabled in some way? That's the difference here. This federal courts across the country have recognized recovery from substance abuse as a disability under the Fair Housing Act.
Can you say that phrase you said before, fundamental alteration? Can you repeat that?
Fundamental alteration of the zoning scheme or model, however you want to describe it.
So the only other question then in terms of the Fair Housing Act is the issue of if there's no disability-related need for the accommodation. And they are stating that there is, in fact, a need for the accommodation that is related to the disability. Is that right? That's the reason that they have applied is that they are stating there is a disability-related need for the accommodation. Yep. Sorry, I had to just talk that out.
I've done a lot of that.
Any additional questions for staff?
might be more of like a building and safety question, but it's been talked about, like I wrote it down, life safety rules. How do we go about determining how many people is too many? Or, can you address that a little bit? I don't know how to phrase that question.
Sure,
very well.
Chad Blaha, Building and Safety Department Director. And I do have Sean here to answer any technical questions I can't, but I'm gonna try and do my best. In terms of the number of folks, these are bigger houses. You can fit a lot of people in them legally under the housing code. I'm probably not going to get it exactly right, but it's like the first occupant of a sleeping room, which can be a bedroom, it could be a living room, it could be family room in the basement if there's proper egress. It doesn't have to be what you consider a traditional bedroom. It can be a sleeping area. So the first person in the sleeping area is something like 100 square feet. Then for every additional is like 50 square feet after that. So 150 square feet, not a big space, can support two. 70 and 100. That was close. So it is not inconceivable that a house of a 5-bedroom house with presumably has a couple of other family room type spaces could, per the square footage requirements, accommodate.
It doesn't matter, number of bathrooms doesn't matter in that calculation? Shaking his head back there.
Let's go by Sean.
Okay.
Sorry, I could not see his head, so I'm going to ask that he come forward and answer that so we have it in the record. Thank you.
Sean Stewart, Building Safety, 555 South 10th. And there is not a requirement for number of bathrooms per occupants in a single-family dwelling.
A single-family dwelling has to have a sleeping area, has to have at least one bathroom, and has to have an area for preparing food, right? Is that the...
Correct, yes.
Okay. Anything else that it would need to have in order to be a safe living space?
Smoke detection in individual sleeping areas, carbon monoxide detection on each level of the building, and then proper means of escape from each sleeping area as well.
Okay. Do they have to have 2 ways to escape?
Yes.
Or just one?
2 means of escape. So a window and then perhaps a door out of the bedroom that egresses into a different area of the building.
Okay, so if there are bedrooms, say on the 3rd floor, then a window would count, and then whatever door goes to the normal staircase they would use.
Yeah, in a single family, there's not a requirement for like a fire escape system coming off of that 3rd floor either.
All right. Other questions for building and safety? Thank you very much. All right. Are we done with staff questions at this time? Okay, thank you. And now we will move to applicant rebuttal.
Thank you, Scott Moore, Baird Homes, 1700 Farnham Street, Omaha, Nebraska, on behalf of the applicant. Just to make very clear here, the request is for a reasonable accommodation pursuant to the Fair Housing Act 42 U.S.C. 3604 F3B, which requires the applicant, in our case, to show that there's a necessity, that it may be necessary for a person with a disability to be accommodated here, and then at that point, if necessity has been established, whether it's an undue financial either an undue burden or undue financial or administrative burden, or a fundamental alteration. I will tell you that, again, Oxford House is only requesting relief from the definition of family. No change in the structure of the building, not turning it into multifamily. It will operate as a family in the structure as is. I have not seen the home, and I would hope that this commission wouldn't rely on my looking at the home to determine whether it's reasonable or not. I've relied on the city's planning staff, the city staff to do that, who reached out to all the departments that were necessary and determined that there's not an undue burden and determined it's not a fundamental alteration in this particular scenario. And that's what I've relied on, and I would hope the Planning Commission would rely on. I can't respond to anecdotal evidence as to whether any of those incidents had anything to do with Oxford House. All I can rely on is what your city's professional staff has done, and I can certainly respond to any question. You know, it is highly, highly disappointing that no Oxford House was sprayed on this house, and arguing that Oxford House has somehow been distrustful and so on here. But I think spraying no Oxford House on the outside of the building says a lot as to what was going on here, and that it is pretty disappointing. But again, we've established the necessity, both in the record as we've established it. We've established that there's no undue financial and administrative burden and no fundamental alteration. So for purposes of the Fair Housing Act, we're requesting a reasonable accommodation, and we think we've established that. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Questions?
I have one. You said it's self-monitored.
Yes.
Group of guys. So is there a process to determine that, yes, the people coming in here have a disability? They're in recovery of some shape or form?
Yes, everyone in here will be in recovery. There's no reason to be in an Oxford House if they're not recovering.
Exactly, and I understand that's the policy, but how is that?
That's determined by the residents who themselves are in recovery, choosing other people in recovery, and that has been, again, an effective method for 50 years. And we're more than willing to agree to the conditions that everyone in there has to be in recovery, has to be a person with a disability. Even though under the law, not everybody has to be, we still will agree to that because that is how the system works. Everyone in there will be a person recovering from alcoholism or drug addiction.
Dick has a question.
Dick.
How are the common areas furnished?
Again, generally that's purchased by the chapter itself, the members themselves. They are responsible for furnishing. They have full responsibility just like any other lessee would have for that home.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions for Mr. Moore at this time?
Do you know the average, the average people in an Oxford house? That, you know, like, how many people normally live in an Oxford house?
Well, again, I want to focus on we're asking for up to 14, so I don't ever want to mislead this commission into thinking we're going to have fewer than that. That's the last thing I want to do. And you know, Scott, you said 11, and now there's 14. We're asking for up to 14. Again, I anticipate it's going to be less than that, but I don't want to make any promises that come back to haunt us. That's why we're requesting up to 14.
And that's not what I was asking, but okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. What were you asking?
I want to know on average how many people live in an Oxford house.
In an Oxford house, nationwide, internationally, I don't have that statistic. It could be anywhere from, I mean, I think it depends most importantly on the size of the house, the community you're in. If you're in a rural area versus an urban area, all that impacts the size of the house, you know, and the number and the need for the recovery. So I don't have that number as far as an average goes.
Okay.
I have a question about the average length of stay.
Sure. And I don't think we have numbers on, I can't quote an average length of stay. What I can tell you is they're welcome to stay as long as they need to for their recovery process. We don't limit the amount or the number to a month or a day or a year. It's up to them in their recovery process. It's been most successful if they're allowed to stay as long as they need to in their recovery process before they go back into the community, you know, from that environment. And again, for the Planning Commission, there's been a lot of questions about the necessity and those kind of things, and we've put forth that information based upon what we know, and so again, what we're asking for is just the relief from the definition of family, And again, relying on the staff's report that said there's no undue burden and there's no fundamental alteration here.
Else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would move that we would close the public hearing.
Second.
Answer your question.
Christie?
Average duration stays
Joy?
9.5 months.
Thank you.
Campbell,
Yes.
Orr,
Yes.
Bruce,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Public hearing closed, 6-0.
Now entertain a motion.
Move that we approve miscellaneous 22010, finding in compliance with requirements of the Fair Housing Act with conditions.
Second, Joy.
Okay, now we'll be open for discussion.
The reason I am moving forward, I totally understand some of the issues the neighbors have brought up, and I empathize with them on some of those issues, the parking issue and so on. That is a very heavily parked neighborhood area. But under the Fair Housing Act, our responsibility is to look at what is appropriate for a disabled facility, regardless of where it is in a community, our community. And with the information that's been presented and everything, there really are not any restrictions that we can bring forth that would eliminate the ability for this to be considered a family with the Disabilities Act. So that's why I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you.
I have lots of comments. So I grant reasonable accommodations every single day of my life, not where housing is concerned. FYI. So I'm in uncharted territory, so bear with me. But there is exceptions for parking. There is exceptions for there's a home 50 feet away, 100 feet away, give or take. I didn't measure door to door. I didn't go out with the ruler. I didn't use the tool to measure. This block in particular, I'm not talking about the other 5. I think they're far enough away. It doesn't affect the zoning in this particular block, but the 1, 2, 3 houses down does affect it. And I do think there is a line that it does alter an R2 area when you're adding the 10 plus another 14 adults with cars, whether they don't drive or do drive. They're having somebody pick them up and take them to jobs, or they're carpooling, because we all know Lincoln Public Transportation does not work necessarily 24 hours a day to every location, especially with people just getting back to getting a full-time job that are coming into recovery. A lot of those jobs work all sorts of hours, so they're having cars pick them up, drop them off, or taking public transportation. So I think it is creating a parking issue on this block, and I think we do have the grounds to say it's fundamentally changing this particular block. And at this point, unless someone convinces me otherwise, I don't know that I can support this one in particular.
Additional discussion, yes. Christie.
I appreciate and understand what you're talking about. The challenge that I'm having as a planning commissioner is what Dick was just talking about, with it being the reasonable accommodation to the definition of family, of it being non-related people in a family setting due to the disability based in the fair housing standard. And it's been proven in the data that we've been from a staffing standpoint has been presented to us that this is something that with conditions is supported. I think that as we move forward, we need to look at if there's things that the staff can research and put together as as we look at other applications in the future, that we could address some of the land issues with it. Currently, that's not what we're asking today, so I will be supporting the motion only based on that logic, is that is what is charged to us today.
I have a couple of problems, I guess. In the staff report, it talks about, and I mentioned this before, you know, is this, is it going to require a fundamental alteration to the zoning, building, fire safety codes of the city? I think it does. This particular area has a proliferation of communal living dwellings in a concentrated area within a block. And I think there's too many there. I'm also concerned, you know, when I think of a family, I think of all ages, which I realize these are going to be all ages as well, but I think of children, and children aren't of driving age. They don't have cars that are taking up infrastructure resources. And that causes me some concern as well. So this isn't, I know, a typical family situation, but I hesitate to call this a family because I have a hard time drawing a line between this and college roommates. And
what?
And college roommates. They share space. They, you know, to me it's the same situation. So I have a really hard time differentiating between the two. And I want to go on record. I know that this maybe isn't, to be a good neighbor, you have to be a good neighbor. And to be a good neighbor, that means you don't come in and put in an app within a month and not follow, you know, at least give us a heads up. And so I truly believe the near south neighbors were good neighbors. I know that someone, you know, spray painted that, but I don't think that was definitely not anyone here in this room today. And I think that, you know, they have reached out and tried, but I'm not getting the sense that Oxford House has reciprocated. And that to me is unfortunate. And I think that if they had, this might be a different situation today. And I know that we can't make zoning decisions based on being a good neighbor, but I think that that's important to say for in the future.
Just want to inject one other thing, and that is we don't know for sure and never will know, but I would presume that there's a good percentage of the individuals that are going into this situation that have had their licenses removed to drive because of their DUIs or
But
whatever.
that doesn't mean they don't drive.
Yeah, well, that's true. But I'm just saying that the reality is I have nothing to back it up or anything like that, but there's got to be some of the individuals in that house that don't have the access to a vehicle.
I would agree with you, but that means somebody else is transporting them at least
Right.
part of the time. So
Right.
you're still having a car
Traffic.
show up,
Yeah.
park, leave.
Yeah.
And in fact, you're getting more traffic by that person not owning a car if they're being transported other than public transportation by the bus.
Yeah.
But neither here nor there. The neighbors who
Yeah.
have eyes on the situation have said there is an increase of parking due to these two homes.
Right.
So I find myself having to balance some diametrically opposed impulses. On the one hand, I appreciate the legal need to acknowledge that this group of people meets the definition of family. On the other hand, I do believe that Oxford House has been less than an ideal neighbor. And frankly, I don't think they should be painted as victim simply because they had some unknown agent. We don't know who that was. It could be somebody that's not from the near south. We don't know. But Oxford House is not the victim here. I do think we need to balance the needs of those individuals in recovery, and I appreciate that. I appreciate there are not enough programs. And I will go on the record as saying I'm a psychologist, and there's no way those stats are legit. 80% recovery? Hell to the no. I literally work in neuroscience. I figure out what makes your brain light up. Drugs make your brain light up. Alcohol makes your brain light up. But an 80% recovery rate, that's out of control. That's insane, and it's ridiculous, and it's irresponsible. And it's especially irresponsible to say that it's all because you live in a house with fellow abusers, drug users, alcoholics, whatever. The 12-step program works because of support, but there is structure, there is accountability. If you look at halfway houses, again, there is structure, there is treatment, there is accountability in terms of people being randomly drug tested, in terms of people having folks in the treatment facility overseeing what's happening. So again, I have to balance two diametrically opposed impulses. One is to respect the fact that these individuals do have a right to gather and support each other. And on the other hand, to acknowledge that this is a really difficult pill to swallow as a resident of the Near South neighborhood. I'll leave it at that.
Any additional discussion? Okay, Shelley?
Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
No.
Cruz.
No.
Edens.
No.
Joy.
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
No.
Motion failed 4-2.
David Carey, Director of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. This item did not receive the 5 affirmative votes one way or another on this one. So this item, the public hearing is closed. This item will move forward to the July 13th, 3 weeks from now, because of the holiday, hearing for the Planning Commission. There will be no public hearing, no public testimony. We will have a revote effectively at that meeting, assuming there'll be additional members there to get a 5-vote one way or another that would then send it forward to the City Council. I want to make it clear that the City Council has the final vote and decision on this. In some form or fashion, this item will move to the City Council, whether we have 5 votes here or not, eventually. So just want to make sure that was clear to the public as well as to all of you here today.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to call for a break before we start with the next 2 items.
Bio break.
Food.
sorry, Tim's here.
I don't know you, so why would you call me?
You know what I have found? So my day job, I work for the state of Nebraska, right? I now answer my personal phone, state of Nebraska Discord. Because if it's somebody who knows me, they just think, that's funny, Lori, you answered your phone wrong. The people who don't say, oh, I'm sorry, I have the wrong number. And my spam calls have dropped at least 75%.
Oh, wow.
So can I just say?
Okay, our next item up for public hearing is miscellaneous item 22009 to allow for reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act in section 1.28 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to the zoning code definition of family to allow 9 unrelated persons to reside together as a family on property generally located at 5203 Walker Avenue. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No.
Steve Henriksen with the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. This application is for a request for reasonable accommodation. Again, it is being brought to you as members of the Planning Commission. There may be a little bit of repetition within the comments, but that is because each one of these applications is a unique case. So you're looking at it under Chapter 1.28 of the Lincoln Municipal Code, but as the Planning Commission, it has been referred to because it's a reasonable accommodation from the definition of family, and that is a zoning item, so it is brought before you and rather than being brought before building and safety. So this application is at 52nd and Walker. It is a 5-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms. It has approximately 1,640 square feet on the first and second level and another 400 square feet in the basement. It is part of the Charles Creighton Local Landmark Historic District. It's a local historic district. But this application is just to change the definition of family, and it is not a change in the appearance of the building. So no change is proposed as necessarily a part of that. And by granting a reasonable accommodation for the definition of family, it does not necessarily waive any other of the zoning items, including the item that it be have to go through the historic district if they did propose any changes. So the findings that you will have are on at the end. This would be one that would be our conclusion, and our recommended conclusion is a finding of compliance with the requirements of the Fair Housing Act, so approval with condition. In this case, it would permit the Michael House, so this application is for the Michael House as the applicant, to have up to 9 unrelated persons reside in the house as a family. One of those persons would actually operate as a resident manager. So in addition to having the condition that it be operated as a Michael House, that if for some reason it stopped serving as a sober living home at any time, they had to notify the planning department, and that all residents have to be in recovery from alcohol or substance abuse, and that would include any live-in manager. This application is being granted only to 5203 Walker Avenue and to MAK Development LLC, which is operating as Michael House at this address. So this reasonable accommodation would not transfer to another address and would not be transferable to another person who might purchase the land and operate it. Even if they were going to operate it as a sober living environment, it is under the specifics of the Michael House. Would note that in the staff report on pages 6 through 7 is the analysis that comes to you from chapter 1.28 regarding reasonable accommodation. And might note one thing in terms of the planning staff is that the item number 8 is that would granting this reasonable accommodation be a fundamental alteration to the zoning, building, fire, or safety codes of the city? And so we took that to mean by granting this one reasonable accommodation, do you change the zoning scheme, so to speak, the zoning ordinance of the city, meaning the city as a whole. We have 120,000 some parcels. Certainly you have granted parking waivers, height waivers, setback waivers, and we have not found that that is a fundamental alteration to the city. And so we find the same thing here, that granting one reasonable accommodation for one property is not a fundamental alteration to the zoning of the city. And with that, I'm done with the presentation, and we can turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Steve. Would the applicant please come forward?
Thank you very much. My name is Ryan Watson of Wagner, Meehan and Watson, Bellevue, 11515 South 39th Street, Suite 202, Bellevue, Nebraska. I'd like to thank the commission an opportunity to present before you today. I guess, have the fortunate occasion to go second on what is essentially the same issues, and it looks like I will be going twice in a row, as I believe we have the next agenda item as well. But I guess first and foremost, and I have with me to my left here is Michael Corrado. He is the founder of MAK Development LLC, along with him and his wife, Kristen. Now, MAK Development LLC owns the property in question, and they do operate that as a sober living house. But as you've already heard from the staff attorney, is that there's a little bit of a distinction between how we operate and how Oxford House operates. Now, obviously, there's been a lot of discussion about how Oxford House operates and some of those details. Ours is a little bit more of a unique experiment. There's really, when you think of sober living houses, generally Oxford House is the first one that comes to mind. They are a national organization. We are not. We're a domestic LLC. We have no other national organization that has any control or investment in this LLC. It's owned and operated locally here within the state. The difference, and I guess I will start because essentially the question that's before here today is, should a reasonable accommodation be afforded? And ultimately, we have to show that the accommodation that we're requesting is both reasonable and necessary. And I think it's been concluded by this board that what we're requesting isn't necessarily unreasonable. Right now, the way that the code reads is that families cannot have more than 2 unrelated persons living together. So any place that's going to require and apply that definition in an R2 zoning district, which is, I believe, what this is for 5203 Walker, is going to prevent any kind of college roommate situation that's going to go beyond 2 people. And you understand, I think, as a planning commission, the purpose of having that in place. Families are strong, right? And that's generally what we think of when we use the term family. There's a lot of our society places a lot of importance on that term. There's a lot of value there. When you have just a bunch of roommates living together, unfortunately problems arise, fights break out. There's a lot less of an opportunity for each one of those individual roommates to make sacrifices for each other, to make the house work, to make the property work, to make sure that everything is being followed and that parties are being good neighbors. And so by design, as a planning commission, you want to have safe neighborhoods for families. But what we've discovered, and I think what the data shows, and I'm sure the last applicant has given you plenty of data on it, and I apologize for maybe not having more or any different data to that effect. But I think anecdotally, everybody that sits here knows that the biggest problem our society has, and one of the strongest things that can break those families apart, is substance abuse. There's no denying. With 6 members up here on the board today, I can guarantee if there's not a person on here that has a daughter, a son, a mother, a father, or a brother or sister that has succumbed to substance abuse, you certainly have a cousin or an aunt or uncle that has. Almost everybody has. And unfortunately, those are the sad statistics that we have to deal with. And so when we think about the necessity of sober living, it has to happen. It has to happen somewhere. Now, this planning commission creates these kind of zoning districts and administers them for the benefit of the rest of the city. And when you've created the R2 zoning district, what you've done is you want an ideal place for families. When courts have looked at that, what they've seen is that these planning commissions will make these zones, and there's great purpose for that. You want fresh air. You want less noise pollution. This is why people don't want to live downtown, right? But those are also the same reasons why sober people want to live in these neighborhoods too, okay? And unfortunately, with the definition that the city has in place for family, you can't have more than 2 people who are trying to live sober together do that. And I think ultimately with the data that Oxford House was trying to provide you, and we're not disparaging their organization at all, and I think what they do is a really great service in some areas. But again, we've redesigned our model because of clearly it does have some issues with how it operates. And it does cause some concerns among neighboring families. But going back to my point, when you have more than 3 unrelated persons living together trying to be sober, what that creates in the importance of having more than 2 people, and we would argue that you'd need at least 5 or 6, we would like to operate with 9, is that in the more you have, the greater accountability you create. It's easy to disappoint one person, especially one that you don't know that well, that you haven't lived with that long. It's a little bit difficult to disappoint 2. It's a little more difficult to disappoint 3. And that's why you create accountability and a little bit of power in numbers. Now, there was kind of a lot of discussion about what services Oxford House offered to their residents and to their clientele, and whether they're really a treatment facility or not, and how they go about that. And clearly their model has no fingers involved, and I think that's out of an abundance of caution. They don't make any steps towards that direction at all. We get a little bit closer. We act as a facilitator for sobriety. That is our model. And we go about doing that in a little bit different way. We are not self-governed by the house. The house is run by a house manager. And when clients and residents want to come live with us, one of the reasons they want to come live with us is because they know that we're going to enforce sobriety in the rest of the house. And we do that with a house manager, okay? We don't rely on the rest of the house to govern themselves to do that. The model that we have is in place because we think it creates a better balance for that sober living environment with multiple persons holding each other accountable, while also providing the kind of point person and administration that you need to be responsive to the rest of the neighborhood, to be responsive to the community, and provide some kind of accountability to the institutions that our clients and residents are having to work with. We've noticed great strides in some of our clients' development, and unfortunately, we're still going through and compiling some of that data. Anecdotally, it seems as if though maybe less than 10% of the occupants that come in are employed at the time. By the time they leave, we're about 80, 90%. And so I think that alone is a very, very important statistic. And when you look at kind of the necessity of our accommodation request, that's twofold. That's one, we need more people in there to have the accountability. That's the therapeutic side of it. But there's also the financial necessity. There's no hiding the ball here. This is a for-profit operation. No hiding the ball. Okay? But I think it's important for a public body to recognize that you want to have some private sector incentive to be able to provide this kind of gap in housing. I've done a little bit of research, and I think the Lincoln Continuum of Care is what the body is referred to, has done a great job in providing some reports regarding the homelessness statistics throughout the city of Lincoln. But one of those that you look at is, and unfortunately I did not have a copy to bring with me to bring into the record, but I would just ask that you refer to it on your own, is that they had done a report, the Lincoln Homeless Coalition Affordable Housing Task Force Essential Housing Report, October 2019. Page 4 will state that many of the Lincoln residents below 30% of the area median income are unable to receive a Section 8 housing voucher due to long waiting lists or due to ineligibility based on their history. And a lot of that has to do with that substance abuse history that they have. Typically, anybody who's been caught dealing drugs, from my understanding, is unable to obtain Section 8 housing. And so you kind of have a swath of society who goes through some of these issues and is unable to kind of get back on track because they can't get the resources that they need. Many, and the report will go on to state that many are also recovering from substance use addiction, coping with mental health issues, or both. And to prevent our most vulnerable residents from entering or relapsing into homelessness, we must provide adequate housing that fits their budget. There's a lot of birds we can kill with one stone here, or attempt to at least. You have drug use, alcoholism, substance abuse. We're attempting to try to do what we can to provide an opportunity for people to rehabilitate themselves. We don't do the rehabilitation. They're likely seeking, the majority of our residents are doing outpatient treatment elsewhere. We simply facilitate that. But then also relapsing into homelessness, because that goes hand in hand with addiction. But then at the same time, creating, there's no argument about it. There's a for-profit incentive there to it too. Now, when you combine those things together, I think with the accommodation that we're requesting, and we have no objections to the conditions involved. And I think the conditions will have to be in place, because a body like this, you're not going to be able to grant those accommodations and then have us give them away wieldly as the operations may not work out. But I also have to state that before the questions come, this is a great experiment of ours. There's very few models that operate like this. Most of them go the direction of the Oxford home. We are not. And unfortunately, with that comes a lot of risk. And so I think if there's any kind of critique on the for-profit model, you have to kind of bear some of that in mind, is that there's a lot of failure to be had with this too. But it's the desire of MAK Development and its owners and founders to provide sober living space. And with that, I guess I would refer to any questions that the Planning Commission might have.
Parking. This is next to Wesleyan University, so I obviously have to ask about parking for 9 individuals.
And it's funny because I don't want to give you the same response that you'd gotten previously, but it's a lot of the same factors, in the sense that the majority of the people that are coming with us don't have licenses, need transportation. And that's actually one of the services that we offer as part of the house, is that we offer carpooling services, and additional transportation that may be needed. But there's no denying the fact that we do encourage them to go and try to obtain their licenses and try to obtain a vehicle, because that is the goal to self-sufficiency. But I think if you look at the particular property at 5203 Walker, really to the block north of that is an R6 zoned area, where you're going to kind of have high parking issues, high traffic, high density issues anyway. But in that sense, I don't think there's ever been an issue with parking at any of our houses. I believe there's room for at least 2 to 3 vehicles on the property. I believe it's a gravel driveway accessible through 52nd Street. And then there's seems to be ample off-street parking, and that hasn't been an issue to us. But we're conscious of that in that sense, in that we try to manage the house to make that appropriate. Because again, and that is part of the terms of residing there as well, if you're not going to be able to abide by the rules in the house, and those rules kind of may shift somewhat, that you're not going to be allowed to stay there. And so if there is parking on the lawn or unrepaired vehicles laying out in the street, something to that effect, then yeah, that's not something that we're going to allow at our property.
Is there a limit to how long they can stay at the house?
We haven't enforced that yet. So if you understand, our model is actually weekly because things can happen, right? So you can't really put any agreements in place for longer than that. But we generally discourage residents from staying a year. And I don't think we've had any residents stay to that length yet. But that's generally our model. We've never really had, from my understanding, and I'll let Mr. Corrado correct me if I'm wrong on that, because he's got a little bit more of the hands-on day-to-day information than I do, but I don't think they've ever had that force out after a year.
Have anybody ever returned that's gone out?
Yes. Yes, that would be correct.
Okay.
Additional questions?
How long have they been in business?
Well, Mac Development has been in business, I believe, since 2019.
No, it's we bought the property. McKay's been in ownership since 2010.
Oh, and you got in. That's right. Okay, and then
On up to the microphone.
so.
Thank you. We need to be
Yeah.
able to hear you.
Sure.
You need to give us your name and address,
I will.
please.
Sure. Michael Corrado, 6607 Maple Street.
So how long, so the 2019 timeframe that you're giving me, is that when you purchased just this house, or is that when you started your whole venture altogether?
The whole venture altogether it'll be 4 years this October, and this house was about 2019, maybe beginning 2020.
How many houses do you have altogether?
We have 10. We have 2 in Omaha, or 2 in Lincoln, and 8 in Omaha.
So there's already people living in this, in 5203 Walker.
That's correct.
How many right now?
Right now is we have, well, with the manager we have 9.
How did you come up with 9 for that house?
You know, yeah, I do things like with Oxford House. You know, I think they're a great model because they've been around for 50 years, but there was definitely some variances that I saw that I just didn't like. And so for me, it's 2 to a bedroom, no more than that. Other than that, it gets pretty crowded. So it'll be either, and we leave it up to the guests, it'll be either 2 individual beds side by side or a bunk bed. They're like they come apart. Some guys like to have a bunk bed so they can fit and put a TV in their own room. So. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Mr. Pratt?
And then, I guess I don't know if you mind. If just a couple other things I just want to point out that how we're different is we do drug tests. We do drug tests every 2 weeks. A lot of times we do them every week. We do it anytime when someone breaks curfew, if they're not working, if they're acting a certain way, those kind of things. But it'll be random, and it'll be by our manager. Another thing that we do differently is we really take a 360-degree approach to how we do our housing. So we just do the housing piece, and we help them with, transitioning. So it's not meant to be a permanent housing. It's not a good idea to live in a house with 8 guys, for 10 years. That's not the whole point. The whole point is, hey guys, within 2 weeks you're getting a job. If you're not, you're breaking the rules. You're on restriction. You have increased curfew, which curfew is 5:30 p.m. Unless you're working. If you're working, then it's 10:30 p.m. And then weekends, you actually have to ask for permission to stay elsewhere. And so 360 approach is we refer out to other agencies in town, whether because a lot of our individuals are coming straight from the street, so it might be clothing, It might be birth certificate, driver's license, social security card. We get help with helping them get food stamps if they're on disability. We have an agency that helps them get their social security established. We have another organization that helps with hard hats, boots. We have probably 10 different employers that we work with consistently that know who we are and automatically hire them despite their background and where they came from. All kinds of different things, whether it's scholarships, like if they need a CDL license, forklift license, those kind of things, clothing, also pantries. So really what our whole point is to, first 2 weeks is, hey, let's secure a place to sleep. You got your blanket, your pillow, you got your hygiene, you got your soap, you got your laundry detergent. And it's all right, let's take a couple days to decompress, get used to the rules. And all right, day 3, day 4 is driver's license, social security card. And then really by the end of the first week or the beginning of the following week, you're already applying. And with the market that it is right now, people are getting jobs virtually instantly. So by their 3rd week, they're already working. And then the whole point is, as the weeks pass on, it's, hey, you know, where do you want to go? Where do you want to live? I want to live in such and such apartments, you know, studio. Okay, how much is the deposit? How much is rent? You know, $600. Okay, so that's $1,200. How are we going to get there? All right, you got your paycheck coming up, 2 weeks. Let's put away $200 a week, or every pay period. All right, so then we set up like a 3-month plan, and then we kind of monitor their plan and see how they're doing. A lot of times they fall backwards. You know, maybe they bought some Nikes that they shouldn't have bought. You know, stuff like that. Bought a girlfriend a present. So it's that mentoring and that follow through. So, you know, the whole team, you know, the whole self-governing thing. I mean, that's great. It works for them. We actually refer a lot of our clients to Oxford, you know, if that's a good fit. But ultimately, we want them to transition to somewhere permanent.
Can you talk about what the atmosphere is like in the house as to, you know, like, do they have meals together? How do they work things out, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so, you know, there's 3 different shifts. So there's morning shifts, evening shifts, and then there's 3rd shift. We really try to discourage 3rd shift, but sometimes with, you know, they're trying to move, get promoted someplace, they want to start 3rd shift. But generally, mornings are really busy. A lot of guys have construction jobs. They're getting up at 5:30, 6 a.m., getting up, getting out of the house. Guys that start a little later, we have like morning motivation meetings. So it's like wake up, get going kind of a thing. Kind of, you know, they need that push sometimes. And then evenings are generally there's 1 or 2 guys that are cooking, and it's kind of communal. So they share, because all the food is provided. That's another thing that's different, is we provide food. And so that's encouraged. They sit down and eat. And then, you know, guys tend to kind of pair up and group and in different ways, backgrounds and that kind of thing, or maybe they have the same job kind of thing. So with conflicts, we have our house manager that is there all day. And that individual receives free room and board in exchange for being a manager, but that person will also most likely work, or they might be on disability, so they don't need to work, but that extra, you know, saving that extra money per month is nice for them. You're 99% of the time they've, you know, 5 years recovered, 10 years recovered, and then we also have our staff that visit, you know, probably 3-4 times a week, making sure that guys are doing the things they're supposed to be doing, meeting with them, consulting with them in terms of, you know, are they working towards their plan, what are the stresses that they're dealing with, how do we deal with his stress versus his stress, and coming up with a solution to. That's the biggest thing that I find is these guys they don't have a mom or dad. They don't have a brother or sister. They don't even really have a best friend. Their best friend was the guy that was selling to them, that got them there in the first place. So it's good to have you know, somebody on our staff that comes in and you know, talks them off that ledge, because even just waking up every day and hitting that alarm clock is really stressful for that individual, which is not stressful for us. And it's, waiting 2 weeks for a paycheck just sounds like the worst possible thing for them, so it's tough for them to realize that. And they always think they're going to get kicked out, or, and we just let them know, no, it's fine, so it's interesting. All right, thank you.
Is there anyone here to speak in support of the application? Anyone to provide testimony in a neutral position? And then somebody testimony in
We have our Zoom caller.
opposition. Well, right, opposition is the Zoom.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I don't want to speak on this one, but I want to speak on the other property, and being as it's owned by the same entity, I think that a decision being made on this one without my input on how things are ran at the other one might be.
You could testify in both,
Okay.
because they're completely separate applications.
All right.
You can't testify twice on one, but you can
Okay.
testify
Anyway.
once.
So
on
just,
both.
if you can hold on for just a minute, there is somebody who had registered to testify in opposition on Zoom, and they have pulled that up. So we're gonna hear his testimony, and then you're welcome to testify after that. All right, Lee, if you could give us your name and address, please. I'm sorry, Lee, we cannot hear you if you are speaking.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. All right, we have somebody checking on that.
Do we want to have her testify while we're waiting on that one?
Yeah, go ahead, and we'll give you a moment. This one's fine, and then we need your name and address, please.
Stephanie Mateka, 329 North 35th Street. I live at my home that I've owned there for 13 years with my 9-year-old daughter, Shelby. She goes to Hartley Elementary School. And I recently, I think it was in the last year, there have been some changes around our neighborhood. We have a T alley. We don't have any driveways to our property, so you have to enter through an alley, which interesting learning earlier. And we also have a fourplex unit that houses disabled people that's across the alley and down one, and then this one of their properties is down another house and on the same site as me. And there have been increases of people doing drugs in the car behind the disabled home, where they don't have people that regularly park cars there. It's usually their caregivers. There's also been catcalling that comes from the front porch when my daughter and I go for walks, which can be really alarming and scary for a young girl, and having to explain to her what that is and what's going on. And it wasn't until recently that there was a gentleman whose truck was broken down in the alley, so we couldn't get to and from our home, that I asked a different neighbor some additional questions and started finding out that all these things were connected to this home that was operating unbeknownst to me. And I'm a huge proponent of affordable housing. I serve on a board. I understand how powerful poverty and addiction are. It has ravaged my own family, but I can tell you that solving a certain set of people's problems cannot be at the cost of other people. And I'm kind of upset that a for-profit institution came into my neighborhood and that no one ever reached out to me. Because I didn't know that there's a manager, somebody that I could go to if I had problems. And it's kind of frightening. I won't let my little girl play outside anymore, and we've lived there for 13 years. And so I just wanted to make sure that you are aware of this. I mean, I just sat here for nearly 4 hours to tell you this. And I'm a community organizer, and I'm deeply vested in our community. And I kind of wonder like how much people are paying to be in this home, because I know what the home cost, right, and what kind of operating costs we're talking about. I'm not even really sure how it's insured, but I'm kind of concerned about a number of things, and I'm very uncomfortable with the things that I've seen. I mean, there are drunk people that I see that live in that house that are walking on my cameras at 3 o'clock in the morning, garbage. The catcalling, though, is what is absolutely most atrocious. And the kicker would be yesterday, I had a friend come pick up some food that we were giving to another friend who's not well. And when she came over to my home to pick that up, a gentleman walked out of this Michael house, walked over to this guy who hawked a loogie right in front of us and made a comment about how excited he was to find out what was in his bag. So I just wanted you to have that information before you made a decision on one property owned by this entity, because I wouldn't have had a chance to tell you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Steve, do we have Lee?
Hopefully so. His iPad died just
Oh,
as he was starting after having waited this many hours. So hopefully he is back.
Okay. All right. Hi, Lee. Sorry. About that, but if you're ready, if you give us your name and address, please.
Yeah, let's see if I can weigh in now. Do we have audio connectivity?
Yes, you do. You're good.
Perfect. Yeah, I own the house directly across the street to the west, 5143 Walker. And I believe this is exactly to the west of this house. As a homeowner, we've had to comply with several rules and regulations throughout the city ordinances. And I would think those same rules and regulations should apply to all people equally. Being something or claiming to be something, whether it's ethnicity or other issues, I really don't think that has a strong bearing on this. And I'm not against helping a lot of people. I'm not against these kinds of things. I've done a lot of community service work and invested the hours. And I know sometimes it's a great big lift. And I'm very much familiar with for-profit. And so from that standpoint, let's look at the risks here. And one would have to concur, I would think, if you were being honest, and even the young man representing I believe this is the MAK Development LLC, we're adding another dimension of liability issues. People would not be coming to testify out of the woodwork against these situations if that were not the case. So I think the additional risks are palpable, are very, very, very real. If this is a for-profit, then what risks are they assuming in the event that something, dare I say, catastrophic happens? And again, we have magnified the risk when we do something like this. So if they are a for-profit, I think that a good business person should be looking at all the risks and take those into consideration and have a contingency plan for those. And one of the things that I would therefore suggest, they need to be bonded. They need to have cash flow monies up front that they can deal with possible issues that could occur. How do I know that these people are actually solvent? We have no financials on them. And what happens if something negative, strongly negative, or dare I say catastrophic happens in this neighborhood because of this house? And my tenant is a family man. He has 2 children, and he has complained to me vociferously on numerous occasions about the events that have been occurring at this house. And I'm at liberty to go in detail on them, but there are issues. And again, this comes back to my point. And my point is that this is opening up a whole host of additional risks that nobody is prepared to undertake. And certainly I've not heard any ability on the part of the owner or their attorney or their legal counsel to represent what they would be doing in the case that this thing goes into meltdown mode. They've already testified that they admit that they are kind of winging it. This is a big experiment or a large experiment. I mean, those are not my words, those are their words. So I have some concerns about this, and I think those concerns are very legitimate. And I think the Oxford House is along the same lines, and we've heard all that testimony in the past, just the last 4 hours. I've been on here since 1 o'clock, listening to everything. So the other concern I have is, my gosh, 9 people in a house. And I know the city's come on and said, yeah, you can cram 2 people into 150 square foot. Again, that opens up a whole can of worms and additional risks. I would not do that. As a landlord, there is no way. We will not put, unless they're children, more than 2 in a bedroom. And so here we have 2 adults at least going into a number of these bedrooms. And I really see some possibilities where we're going to have certain untoward events that are going to happen beyond anybody's control. And the third event, and I do like the fact that they have a resident manager, as opposed to maybe what the Oxford House has. But again, this is all experimental. The proof is in the detail. The detail is really where the devil is going to reside, and how do we work our way through these things. So there are a number of issues, and until this plaintiff, or excuse me, this applicant can show that they've demonstrated that they can handle the risks and that they are bonded to an extent to deal with an issue that might come up, because I guarantee you they are going to come up. They've been coming up already with my tenant. So with that, I don't think that I have any other testimony. There would be some other things that would be concerns, but I don't want to get into too many other additional details. But I think that what is good for the goose is good for the gander, and vice versa. I really have some issues where we have a number of these, and this thing is ramping up. Meaning, I've been approached to do Oxford houses on my own, and I've turned them down for the very reasons that we're saying tonight and today. It is almost tonight, isn't it? we're getting past 5 o'clock somewhere. So I've turned them down. I do not think it is a good business model, and I think there are others. And the business model that I would invoke is that they have to play by the same rules that everybody else has to. They shouldn't get special exemptions, special dispensations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what they're doing by definition when they ask for a period, or they're asking for 9 individuals to be residing in this house. So with that, I conclude my testimony. I want to thank you for your time, for listening to what I had to say.
Thank you, Lee. Does anyone have questions for Lee? All right, thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you for your patience waiting on Zoom.
You're welcome. Good day.
All right. I don't think we have anyone else here to testify at this time, and no one else on Zoom. Okay, and we will then go to staff questions. Are there questions for staff? All right. Applicant rebuttal.
Thank you. Ryan Watson. I guess I would just, on rebuttal, address some of the issues that were presented by the testimony. And that is, I think the question was initially asked, well, I guess the fact was asserted that there was some real untoward behavior by possibly one of our residents regarding the catcalling. And that's intolerable, and that really should be dealt with, and that would be dealt with by the house. But I think the problem that neighbor had with that too was, how did I know there's a resident manager? If I would have known that, I would have come to them. But we also have an issue where we cannot go advertising this. We have HIPAA that we have to abide by. So we cannot go telling the rest of the neighborhood, hi, we're a sober living house, everybody in our house is in recovery. And then the minute they see somebody who's in recovery, does that make sense? So we can't announce that to the world, unfortunately. That's just something that we're not going to be able to do until it's called upon us here. So that's kind of an unfortunate, I think, dynamic that I don't know is really ever going to go away with this kind of issue. But we will work hard as we possibly can, and that really goes by with simply just enforcing our parameters and our provisions to make sure that that doesn't happen. And I think the previous testimony by the last applicant, we would have to reiterate that. There is so much demand for this out there. Right now, I think I believe now the house may have 1 unoccupied bed that could be filled within a week. There's all we have to do is let the rest of the community know that there's an open bed and it gets filled. But this isn't something that we advertise. And this is something that you have to understand is open to the public. You don't have to necessarily come from any particular program or service or institution to be part of our community. You just have to desire sobriety. But in that sense, as I believe Lee had led to, what special, why would they deserve special exemptions? And really, the problem is that goes into disability. And there was the question, how much are they charging? We charge $175 weekly for rent. That includes furnishings, that includes food. So that goes beyond just creating the overhead, the it goes beyond just that. And so the problem is we have to have at least 9 in there because it has to be both therapeutically necessary but also financially necessary. The numbers don't work doing this with just 4 to 5 people. They simply don't. And if they did, maybe the problem would have solved itself already, but it hasn't. You have people that come out of this, that come out of substance use and are starting their sobriety. They're struggling with work. They can't just dive into full-time right away. And so that does create their monetary issues as well. So with that being said, fitting 9 people in a home, I understand it may shock the conscious a little. And to that extent, what are we doing financially to make sure this is viable? We carry our homeowners insurance just like everybody else. We have our insurance just like everybody else. But those are the risks that we bear. But unfortunately, problems to this, or solutions to these problems that exist in our society won't generate themselves. People have to take the risk to get them accomplished. And in some sense, I'm asking this board to take the risk and grant us the reasonable accommodation so we can help assist in getting this problem solved. Thank you.
Questions?
I have one. So I'm not sure if you, I don't know your background, if you're used to coming and working with the City of Lincoln and the planning department here. Sorry if you already know this. We're used to applicants coming and working with the planning department and figuring out the best course of action before they kind of get to us. And so I'm wondering, in the staff report, it noted that that you had not met with staff prior to see if there was any other good options for you to fit within our local zoning regulations. Can you tell us a little bit about why? Were you just not maybe aware that was an option? Or, because I'm just wondering if maybe we could, if some other, it would fit under some other place in our zoning code.
Okay, and I think, and I don't know, are you specifically referring to kind of the issue of defining this as kind of a group living environment or a transitional living facility?
Maybe it could maybe fit underneath there, or if there's other things that we have.
Well, and the one issues with kind of looking at that is that we don't want to have, and specifically I think the code defines transitional living facility as having an affiliation with parole or probation or some sort of law enforcement or penal institution. We don't want to have that affiliation. Our business model cannot depend on that. And our business model cannot depend on grants because those aren't always there. And the money that may flow through a parole office or a probation office or something like that is not always going to be there. And frankly, those services shouldn't be just for somebody who gets off parole or probation either. So we open this up. We're trying to develop a model that's open to everything, that is truly self-supporting without relying on any kind of handouts or government appropriations or anything to that effect. And so to go a little bit further to your point, we didn't really see any other place that we fit under the code. And to be fair, we had started a couple of these houses in Omaha first. We didn't necessarily have the same issues with the definition of family that we do here. So the way that the family was defined here, and really a lot of it has to do with the limitation of 3 or more. A lot of other jurisdictions, you'll see that they've expanded that to encompass some more individuals. So the requests in those varying jurisdictions are going from, say, 6 to 9. It's a much smaller ask, right, than from 3 to 14 as the last applicant, or 3 to 9 in our case. That's kind of a bigger extension. So there's just a little bit of, again, going back to the idea that we're kind of pioneering this to some extent, we had to try it out and see what is really going to work.
request to be defined as a family, although there is a manager and services and a ranking system, feels to me like there's a significant amount of programming, which would potentially be different than a family. Although, I mean, it sounds like a productive and positive model of addressing, addiction. But, so why not, with this service model, look at being like a group home or a facility that's providing those?
Well, and again, that's why I'd rather refer to us as a facilitator, because we're not part of the medical community. Nobody's licensed to administer anything like that, and we don't employ anybody that can do that. We don't offer any kind of medically based programming. We're not qualified to do that, and frankly, we can't afford to take on that risk yet. Maybe someday we can get to a model that can accommodate that, and we can make that worthwhile. But that's really kind of the factor that I think prevents a lot of development in this area. Is there's this kind of idea that they have to take the approach wholeheartedly and either go 100% into being a group home where we're offering qualified medical therapeutic services. Our resident managers, not a therapist. They hold no degrees in those things, and the only real service we offer is the same service that you could offer in a public park, and that's just a place to have a 12-step meeting. And there's really no limitations to that. And that's not any, and I wouldn't characterize that as any kind of special programming by any means. So really, I think it's important that the one thing that is preventing these people from being a family is their blood relation, but what's binding them together is their desire to be sober. And I think that's really kind of important. If you look at kind of the other problems that could occur that was brought up with parking or catcalling, that can happen with a family living in there as well, right? I mean, when you use the word family to kind of make this definition, you're kind of just hoping that you get the good ones in that sense. But here with our model, we're asking that you make an accommodation that request because we can live up to, I think, the ideal that the Planning Commission wants for an R2 residential zoning district.
Is there any, so you're already operating?
Correct.
I don't, is there any big time crunch as to getting this approved? The reason why I'm asking is I'm wondering if we delayed you for 2 weeks, if you would be willing to sit down with our planning department and have that discussion and see if this would fit better under a different.
I mean, really, I mean, the reason that this was applied for is so that we don't, because it was brought to our attention that we were running afoul from it. So long as it's, as the city is going to take the position that it's not going to enforce it, we would gladly work with the planning department. But you understand, we had to act because it was being brought to our attention that the city may enforce that, and that the consequences could flow therefrom. So if we can have those assurances, then I don't think that we would really have that concern. But we had to act to protect ourselves.
I mean, we can't give you those assurances, sure. But I mean, I'm.
So to that extent, because you can't, I don't think I could. I'm sorry.
David, do you have anything you want to say?
It's on.
Yeah, it hasn't been working much all day.
I apologize. I did not know that. I'm wondering
if I were in your shoes, I would much rather take a 2-week deferral, and I've been doing this for a while, just so you know. I didn't come on board yesterday. I would much rather take a 2-week deferral and investigate those possibilities, because if it, and we have not had any discussions. I don't know how my colleagues are going to vote. I would much rather take that path and see if it would work that way than to face a no decision this way. Does that make sense what I'm trying to explain?
Absolutely.
But we can't require you, I don't think anyway, to take a deferral, but I would much rather you have those discussions and we work out a good solution for everybody than to go down a path where you're pigeonholed into something that maybe something else would have worked better. And I keep waiting for planning staff to come and tell me not to do this, but they're not.
Here comes
Oh, that got him up.
I'm waiting for planning staff to tell you, I don't want us to engage in a negotiation from the dais on this matter. There is an application in front of this board. You are acting as judges essentially on this application, and judges don't negotiate things from the bench. But there may be a process by which to do an interactive process, but we've sort of been to that point, we've been through that process, and now we're here. And this commission is asked to make a recommendation to the city council, who ultimately makes the decision on this. So I don't think I would advise against putting an applicant in this position, asking them to negotiate here in front of you, hoping for a better outcome. I think you have evidence in front of you that you have to make a decision from, and that may sound harsh and critical, but I think that's what the law requires us to do in this circumstance.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you. So just forget everything I said.
Are there additional questions or other questions for the applicant at this time? All right. Do you have any other comments?
No other comments, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would move that we close the public hearing.
Second, Joy.
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Public hearing closed.
I would move that we approve application number miscellaneous 220009, finding of compliance with requirements of the Fair Housing Act with conditions.
Second, Joy.
I think these next two are a little different than the Oxford House situation. And I am in favor of their live-in director and their staff 24/7. And there are going to be incidents where they get somebody who goes Looney Tunes or gets drunk again or whatever, and does something inappropriate in the neighborhood. But that could happen in the house next door to me. And so I think my leaning is to try to be of assistance to people of their own volition that are trying to become good citizens of society again. So I will be supporting this.
I have more comments. This one, I feel it's just a hair different, partially because the zoning is R2 on that corner, and you have R4 on two abutting sides of that property, which allows more people, not in a single family dwelling, but in general, there's more people in an R4 than there is in an R2, and it is sided on two sides by R4. I am concerned about the parking, and there is room on that lot to put additional off-street parking, so I'm putting that in your noggin to think about that. I think there's really only one spot on that one that's paved. So putting that in your noggin, that Wesley in that area, I had family right down the street from there, parking is a problem there. So I'm gonna put that out there. I also think you need to revisit reaching out to your neighbors. My understanding of HIPAA is that would not qualify, but you have legal right there. Talk it through on whether they are covered by HIPAA or not covered by HIPAA. But I think reaching out to your neighbors is a good plan so that they know who to go to when there's an issue that arises. If you have somebody on site, that's a huge asset to your building. But if nobody around there knows, hey, there's a manager on site, it takes a village to raise our children, right? We all rely on our neighbors to come and tell us when our children are acting up and need, yeah, I won't finish that sentence. Anyhow, so I implore you to look at that, and within your legal ability, reach out to your neighbors and make them your assets instead of your adversaries. That's my 2 cents on this one.
Thank you. Additional comments?
I still have a hard time thinking of this as a definition of family, which I think is one thing that we are charged with deciding today. But I do recognize that this type of living situation is needed, and I applaud you for your work.
All right, I think That's everybody. Shelley?
All right. Campbell.
Yes.
Core.
No.
Cruz.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Joy.
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-1.
All right. We'll now move on to the next item. Shelley?
Next item is 4.5 miscellaneous 22008 to allow for reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act and Section 1.28 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to the zoning code definition of family to allow 9 unrelated persons to reside together as a family on property generally located at 315 North 35th Street. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No. All right. Steve?
Steve Hendrickson with the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. So this application is for reasonable accommodation. It's under Chapter 1.28. For reasonable accommodation, it has been forwarded to you as the Planning Commission because it is a reasonable accommodation from the definition of family, and so items that regard to a request for reasonable accommodation from zoning go to the Planning Commission. So this particular property is in the Hartley neighborhood, is on the west side of 35th Street, just north of Q Street. This property is zoned R4, as most of the Hartley neighborhood is also zoned R4. This house at 315 North 35th Street has 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. It's a 1.5-story house with approximately 1,300 square feet between the first and second level, and another 744 square feet in the basement. The request is for up to 9 persons. That would include a live-in manager. This is the recommendation of the staff is a finding that it is in conformance with the request for the Fair Housing Act. Again, it is specific to the approval to the Michael House operating as MAK Development LLC. So this is not something that runs with the land from property owner to property owner, and would need to at all times have people living in there who are maintaining sobriety, but are also people who are disabled either through drug or alcohol abuse, and that at any time, should it cease, one of the conditions is require notification of the Planning Department. And so with that brief overview, you had a larger overview 2 weeks ago by the City Attorney's Office of the reasonable accommodation process. That would end our information part of it, and we can now switch to the applicant.
I do have just a procedural question, Steve. One of the public comments that we received was a email to you saying, please feel free to send my comments to the Planning Commission.
Correct.
But how will we get what those comments were? They're like is it just this short, brief thing, or was there a conversation that was held?
So that email did not include the rest of the comments that were below it? That were actually addressed to somebody, Paul Johnson of the East Campus Community Organization?
It didn't come through.
Didn't come through. I just have I've never seen that before where they said, please forward my comments on, and I was like, okay, so I was like, how will we get those comments?
Yeah.
Sorry, that is our mistake. There was an additional, the rest of the email was an email exchange between myself and Paul Johnson with the East Campus Community Organization. She then responded to Paul Johnson and had a series of comments addressing her concerns. Their concerns in general, I'll have to try to summarize from memory here, was just that the precedent citywide in terms of having some accommodation from family. But I really don't want to try to guess from my memory, but I do apologize. Yes, no, that was saying, go ahead and send my email below, which was addressed to somebody else, but in the end was clearly being requested to pass along to the Planning Commission. So before we forwarded an email from one person to another that was not addressed to you, we were supposed to be asking to make sure it was okay to send to you, and
Okay.
You got the okay, but you didn't get the rest of the message. So
All right.
Apologize about that.
Thank you. All right, then we will go ahead and get testimony from the applicant then.
Thank you again. Ryan Watson for Wagner, Meehan and Watson, 11515 South 39th Street, Suite 202, Bellevue, Nebraska. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak here on this application. To the extent that the commission will allow, I'd just refer to my comments on the prior application. It is getting late. I think it's about 5:12, and so I will just make this quick. Really, the difference in this application from the last application, there's none in our operations. We're still asking for the same accommodation here for 9. It's still, I believe, the same setup and structure. Notable difference is that this is surrounded on all sides by R4 residential areas. We do acknowledge the parking situations that could occur, and I think the location on this one has a little bit more parking through the alley. It appears as if though there are at least 4 spots available back there. And unfortunately, it's always going to be a difficult situation. I don't know that we're ever going to be able to have enough padded off-street spots to accommodate all of our guests at all of our locations. But again, that is something that we will continue to work with them and work with the city to make sure that that is not an issue. So going forward, I will just ask the Planning Commission to adopt my comments from the prior application as applied to this home, and then ask if the commission has any questions.
Are there questions?
I have one. So in the previous application, you stated that you'd like to put 2 persons in a bedroom, but this one only has 3 bedrooms, so that would be 6. So I'm wondering how you came up with 9 again, which I just looking for some explanation.
You'll need to come up, yeah.
Michael Corrado, 6607 Maple Street, Omaha. This house is a little bit original, a little bit different. It has a large, like, second family room that we converted to another bedroom, and then there's like an attic space.
Okay.
That quite large finished attic space that was there before we bought it, and we just added some dressers and totes to put underneath the bunk bed. So that's how it's like a 1.5 story kind of. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you. Are there other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, testimony in support. Any neutral testimony? Testimony in opposition?
Stephanie Mateka, 329 North 35th Street. I will say there's one parking spot behind the house. There's parking for the house next door, which is also a duplex. I'd also say Hartley is absorbing 108 low-income units, and so there's a lot going on in our neighborhood. And prior to this, it was about 50-50 owner-occupied and rental units. And it is, like Clinton and near South, it's also an area that is deeply impacted by poverty, as you can see in the free and reduced lunch rates at the school. And so our community is being asked to absorb a lot right now. This is also, we've got additional parking problems, and it's the last through street before 46th. And so that is also something to keep in mind. I know that my neighbors, I have the camera front and back, and mostly because of my 21-year-old when she was a teenager, but people come to me when their cars are hit and run, and I know of 2 that have been because of people living at the house at 315 North 35th Street. And so it's not just catcalling, right? I just want to be very clear with this. There's illicit drug and alcohol use happening in a parking lot of a disabled fourplex. There are people illegally parking. There are people, I'm guessing, that have other issues going on, and I have seen several drug deals. So this is not just catcalling, and I am very concerned about this business, a for-profit business that's been running without proper authorization, and homeowners insurance doesn't cover group homes, so I would be very interested in what legitimate insurance this institution has, because homeowners is not it. I'm an insurance agent. And I would like to know what kind of safeguards they have, because if something happens to a child in our neighborhood because of a for-profit institution not having safeguards to ensure that the thing they're making money off of is being handled correctly, it's going to be a problem. And it's not just one thing, it is a series of things that have been going on for a very long time now. My guess is, I noticed it about a year ago. It looks like they've owned the house for about a year and a half. But, yeah, thank you for your time.
Do you have any additional questions? Thank you.
Thank you for staying so long.
Yes, I appreciate your patience. All right, Steve, staff questions?
Actually, no. So what we did do quickly is to print off the missing email. So we'll pass along one copy for the record.
Thank you.
So each of you are being provided with a paper copy of the email, which is from Mary M. Belka, 1420 North 37th Street. Again, she was responding back to Paul Johnson, who had shared this correspondence, meaning the correspondence between me and Paul Johnson. So she is sharing her concerns. It starts with concerns about the square footage for a large group of disabled people living together in one small house. She didn't agree with the assertion that a family with 7 children and 2 parents is somehow equal to the number of unrelated disabled adults living in the same space. Presumably 7 children are all related, growing up together, and would be smaller, have more traditional needs and many shared beds. Presumably 7 disabled adults wouldn't necessarily have that same arrangement. She also expressed her concern about supervision and persons with a disability, presumably supervising the other folks on staff. She thought the number of persons being requested, 9, was too high, and had a question about the average square footage of a halfway house in Lincoln, and how does this request for an exception compare. She was also noting that she was out of town and unable to attend the hearing. One of the concerns that was addressed in the email that she was referring to was this a global change to the definition of family? And I had answered back, no, it was not. It was a request for the change of the changed for allow this residence to be defined as a family. She then went on to say it doesn't seem fair to the neighborhood, especially since they're undergoing a relatively large change with an apartment complex also being built in the vicinity, if I'm not mistaken, bordering Wayuka Cemetery. I think she's referring to the Gatehouse Row project, which is 1 block to the east of this address. A lot of pressure on the current neighborhood residents, property value, potential traffic, and quality of life, it seems to me. A smaller number would be more appropriate if such a project were to be considered for property of this size. Again, that is a quick summary of the comments that were submitted by Mary Belka.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And now, staff questions.
So I didn't mean to step away like I'm suddenly now a different person.
That's a good transition.
Yes, there we go. Staff questions for myself or Tim C. We also have Chad here as well from Building Safety.
The only one I might have is, sorry, may I speak?
You don't need my permission. You're good.
Yes, you're in charge today. And I don't know if any of you guys are experts on HIPAA, but everything I know about HIPAA, this would not qualify. They could reach out to neighbors to say this is going in there. Legal.
My days of HIPAA are somewhat in the past, but I guess I would advise, I think that question is, I guess I would advise you not to take that into account with respect to this decision.
Right.
Whether or not they reached out to neighbors is immaterial to the decision in front of this commission today, and so that's a way of answering without answering, but I think that's the way I have to answer today. Thanks.
No, is it in the report that it meets the 9-person square foot, or do I need to ask that question? Okay. Is that in this report, the amount of square foot for the number of people?
Oh, you mean just in terms of we asked
Yes.
for the 100 and the 70 in a previous case, and you want to make sure
Right.
it's on the record in this one?
Yeah.
Building and safety.
I think it's a matter of law that Chad cited to you. That's the standards that they operate from. So I think it's okay to take that into account.
Okay. Thank you. Just for the record, please. Thanks so much.
Okay, and this one is, this location is a 9-person. So
Correct.
they have it's a 3-bedroom house. So, as long as each of those bedrooms are 100 square foot or more, they can fit 2 in each, and then any living space can be 150 square feet, and you get to the 9. So it's not going to be difficult to get there.
Okay.
And I would say, based on the information here, I would say yes, it meets the requirements to have 9.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for staying.
All right, no other questions. Applicant rebuttal.
Thank you. And I will just be brief because I won't reiterate the same points. I will apologize if to the audience and the remaining neighbors if it appeared that we tried to minimize that just to our problems to being catcalling. To be fair, we understand, and I think Mr. Campbell approached this as well. There's going to be some issues. These situations aren't always going to be perfect, but we would just ask that the neighbors treat us like the most annoying family that ever moved in. And I think that's the only thing that we can really ask for from you, and that we will do our best to maintain that family from disturbing yours, because I think that's all that anybody could really ask. And I do want to make a point to the commission that we really will take a hard look at notifying the neighborhood, because I do really appreciate your approach of it takes a village. We will want to know if those things are occurring. We don't want those residents in our house. We don't want that reputation. But at the same time, we kind of have to understand from our point, we tread lightly. And we are trying to do our best in treading lightly because this is such an experiment. We aren't nationally backed. We don't have anybody guaranteeing that they are going to defend us in court. This is left to me and Mr. Corrado. But we are trying to get this to work. To further to the point, there is an umbrella policy in place. There is a commercial liability policy in place. We don't think that really should be anybody's concern regarding that. We will try to do our best to control the risks that we are aware of. And with that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? All right.
I would move that we close the public hearing.
Second, Joy.
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Simon Yost.
Yes.
Public hearing closed.
I would move that we approve application miscellaneous 22008, finding of compliance with requirements of Fair Housing Act with conditions.
Second, Joy.
Discussion.
Here again, I can empathize with the neighbor. I think that it's been brought to their attention that there needs to be better means of communication with the neighborhood when they move in, and who should be the contact person that if they see any problems to contact. And hopefully, just by this hearing, we're able to resolve that situation. Because communication is very important, and it's got to be a two-way street. I don't care what neighborhood you live in, and I sat as president of a HOA for a few years, and so you've got to have that communication with the entire neighborhood. So I'll be supporting this.
Additional comments? Okay, Shelley.
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
No.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-1.
At this time, anyone wishing to speak on an item that is not on the agenda may do so.
I would move that we adjourn.
Second, Core.
Campbell,
Yes.
Core,
Yes.
Bruce,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
We are adjourned.